Hello everyone. How y'all doing today? Hey Piranha Plants, how you doing? Yeah, you saw Tyranitar in the thing. Yeah. He's my favorite. Tyranitar has been my favorite ever since Pokemon Ruby, I want to say. I think my top three. So here's what goes my top three. It goes Tyranitar, Haunter, then Lugia. Those are my top three Pokemon favorites of all time. Haunter from Gold, Tyranitar from Ruby, and then Lugia just from the movie. Like, just from the movie alone, Lugia has been my favorite Pokemon for God knows how long. Oh man, maybe we should play a new Pokemon game eventually. We can add that to the list. Been adding Haunter to my comp team. Dude, Haunter's so good though. You were definitely not first. You know, if y'all save up your channel points enough, you can ask for a command where you could do exclamation first, and then it only counts for the first person who uses it, and they're the only ones who gets it. No. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna move that over a little bit. Just a little. You're gonna see the little bit of a pit. There we go. Boom. Alright. Okay. It was just a thought. I saw it relatively recently because I was learning how to do other like point stuff and how to do that on StreamerBot and stuff like that. And it was just like, well, everyone kept on fighting for first, so we decided to make it official. And then I was like and I was like, oh, okay, well, they tend to fight for that, so maybe it'll be an idea. So no. Okay, that's fine. That's more than fine. But how y'all doing? How are y'all doing today? Over here it's actually kind of cloudy. It might actually rain, but I love rainy, cloudy days. Good. I'm glad to hear about it. Glad to hear it. Let's actually shift y'all up a little bit. Yeah. Joe the face hugger. Yeah. Maybe I should update the costume a little bit to have a little name tag called Joe. Just as an inside joke for us. That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, today we're going to be doing some Sandstorm team is popping off. Really interesting. Because I know him entering causing Sandstorm stuff can be pretty devastating on certain comps. Granted, I never played like really competitive Pokemon. As far as like really making sure your IVs are really up there. I did like the breeding aspect of it, where it's just you try to get as much of the highest level for each thing as you're trying to get to. I thought that the chase was really fun, but the payoff of like competition was never in my forte. So basically it's like saying I like breeding horses, but I don't like racing horses. You know, does that make any sense? Root Sandstorm. Anyway. Man, I got my water. Hopefully y'all got your got some liquids, had some snacks, or have already eaten. Sandvale Garchomp. Really? Which one? What does Sandvale do? Does Sandvale make it so you don't get hit by Sandstorm? So then you can have Sandstorm out, and then your Pokemon won't get hit by it? I'm just making assumptions. Boost evasion in Sandstorm. Ooh. Bro, that's kind of gross. Is there a boost attack in Sandstorm? And immunity in Sandstorm? Bro. Because if there's boost attack and Sandstorm, Tyranitar needs that shit. Gosh, even though it was subpar, I loved Tyranitar's Giga Impact. There's just something about those little T-Rex arms just demolishing mountains. Times you get 50% boost to special defense. Oh! I didn't realize I was talking to a Pokemon expert here. I'm learning all the secret deets of how these kind of interactions that are strictly spelled out to my dumb, young dodo brain. I always thought it was just like, oh, it just does damage to non-rock types, you know, whatever. Really? You don't say. I mean, I'm sorry, you're too far gone. Pokemon, listen, if you're super into Pokemon, they're gonna beat that horse until the end of time. The heat death of the universe will happen before they stop making Pokemon games. So you're without hope. But you know what? We will still be able to talk about it. How about that? No. Oh my god, for which one? All of them? Like, if you combined all of them, or only one particular one? Like, is it the more Scarlet and Violet? Oh. I mean, to be fair, Scarlet and Violet kicks ass. It's so good. That one, I don't even know idea how many hours I put into it. Definitely not that much. So if you... Sekiro? Really? See, I ended up dropping Sekiro. I played that a good amount. Maybe I should go back to it. Shiny Hut all day, every day. Well, how many shinies have you collected? What percentage of the Pokédex have you gotten with the shiny stuff? And if you're shiny hunting, that explains a lot about your hours. Because that is a time sink. And, follow-up question, what's your favorite shiny? What's the best shiny? And I swear to God, if you say green Espeon, we're just fundamentally different people. I fell at 32 boxes and had to throw a bunch into Pokemon Home. Oh, I bet. I bet. Aurora? That one I'm not 100% on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's look up Aurora first. Oh. Oh, this little dude. Ooh, the shiny looks pretty dope for Aurora. I'm probably saying that wrong, but that's fine. And then Zygarde? Shiny. Oh my god, Zygarde's shiny looks so good. The fuck? I can see why. I don't know. Veltal. Yveltal. Ooh. You know? You know? Okay. Yeah, the bacon strip. I see what you're talking about. I wouldn't think I would have liked the white on the red as much as I do, but I really do. It really does look good. It's it's ready for Valentine's Day. Oh man. No, this is the good choices. Good choices. I do love the description of bacon strip is really funny for this. It really is just like it's Valentine's Day or it's just a strip of bacon that flies and it's just a very mad strip of bacon. What is my favorite? Hold on, let's see here. Shiny poke. We're getting very distracted in the beginning, but I kind of like catching up with y'all in the first like 30 minutes of a stream anyway. And we coming in hot today, so I'm literally going through the shiny Pokemon right now. Because I don't have it like immediately on the brain. You know what I mean? Ooh, Ponyta is pretty good. As much as I love Haunter and them, their shinies I'm not a huge fan of. My screensaver is Yuffield's photoshopped into a bacon texture. That is so fucking funny. That's so good. Let's see here. Okay, none of the Generation 1s are really speaking to me all that much. Of course Charizard, but full body black. Ooh, Umbreon's pretty good. With the blue instead of the yellow is pretty good. Feminized Lugia, not necessarily the best in my opinion. As much as I love them, I guess they're shiny. The ones that I love, their shinies aren't super. Shiny Slacking just looks like normal Slacking, just like hasn't been outside in a while. The hell? Here. This is what I'll do. Here you go. We'll go through the list together. Let's look and then judge together. Yeah. So of course Charizard's cool, right? The black. Eat spit. Boy. You don't keep on making my spit. Turning the boomhauer up in here. Sandslap is doing something. Yeah, he's doing something. He looks like an anime protagonist. That's what he looks like. And I'm standing straight up, don't you worry. The blue Nidoking's pretty good. I'll give him that. Oh, you son of a... I didn't count you... Alright. Making sure I eat my veggies. I'll have you know that I had roasted green beans for lunch. So, I've eaten healthy. Unlike yesterday. Yesterday I ate like shit. Alright. Feel like a damn rabbit. Let's see here. Golden Geodude is really funny. Blue Flame's Ponyta is pretty dope. Kingler? Where's that son of a bitch? Golden... like Platinum Kingler? They should have done Execute as brown for brown eggs. What were they thinking? That would have been perfect. Let's see. Lime green Tangela. Onyx be ugly? Yeah. Where's Onyx? I mean, I think he's supposed to be gold. No, is Steelix gold? I want to say Steelix is gold. Starmie's not bad. Lapras is also... I like that kind of purple. Yeah, exactly. Snorlax just looks like Snorlax. Pink Moltres. What the fuck? Zapdos. Look at Zapdos. Can you tell? In a side-to-side view, in a dark lit room, would you be able to tell between these two things? They're the same damn picture. Same picture. Look at this shit. Did one of the light bulbs cut out in the fucking studio? Like, what's the difference between these two colors? Look at Pikachu. Where are you, Pikachu? You're in here somewhere. Oh, you just don't have the cheek? Oh, no, you do. It's just super... That's just tan Pikachu. That's just tan Pikachu. Look at that. That's just Pikachu got left on the suntan bed for like 10 minutes more. Okay. Zapdos is infuriating. That is not a shiny. That is literally... If there was no indication that you were looking at a shiny, you would not even know. It's never that orange. Gotcha. Let's see. Togepi. Okay. Little shy. Little bit of that. Let's see. What are we looking at? Look at the brightest green Espeon. Alien Espeon. Umbreon's pretty good though. The blue looks kind of dope. They picked a good color with the blue. Oh yes, Steelix also. Gold Steelix is pretty good. Yeah, Slugma. They made it. This is black and white TV Slugma. Just like not even. At least Macargo has some like flavor to it. Piloswine, gold Piloswine is pretty decent. Blue is just masculinized Corsola. They made a boy version. Right. Mantine is just more blue. It's just what he looks like underwater. Yeah, Larvitar, the whole line, except for Pupitar. Pupitar's purple is actually decent. Look at Blissey! Oh my god! It's just Blissey that needs to go outside more. It's literally it. It's just, look at that. It's just, again, instead of the light going out, it's the light, there's an extra light on them. It's a lighting issue. If your shiny looks like, look, if your shiny looks like it's a lighting variance, it's not a shiny. Look at that. This is just older Entei. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's Zigzagoon. I thought that they would be able to go crazy with the Beautifly and stuff like that, because especially like Monarch butterfly shit. Oh man. Let's see here. Anything else? Oh, that's just a different shade of blue. Look at Slacking. Slacking looks like there's just a filter over it. Look at that. That just looks like, look, the whole thing. They just turned the values down. Like, what the fuck? Swampers, Pig. Bro. Ninkata, Ninjask. Oh, Shedinja. Oh, I love Shedinja. He was one of my favorite in Ruby. Just straight up being able to be like, yeah, you can't hit me. F you. So funny. Oh my gosh. Aggron is just green. Electrike, I was gonna say, aren't you blue anyway? So he's more blue, less green. Swallowed is just a different shade of blue. Okay, Black Cameropt is pretty dope. Golden Altaria? Bro, Golden Altaria is pretty fucking cool. Little golden flying dragon bird thing. Like, let's go. Oh, though that's also done. Product that just orange instead of red. They made pink Armaldo. Okay, Melodic. Okay, I see you, Melodic. All right, that's fine. All the cast forms. Oh, a shiny cast form and stuff like that would be kind of neat because it would change the look on all the transformations. But they're kind of like meh. Ooh, Metagross. Okay. Platinum Metagross. Okay. That man cooking. Speaking of cooking, Black Rayquaza. Damn. You look a gold. I don't know why Groudon's piss fucking yellow, but you know, sure, I guess. Like neon, this is you took vitamin B supplements and you are peeing it out of your body. This is neon yellow Groudon. And then Deoxys is the same damn thing. Whatever supplement Groudon took, Deoxys also took. Damn. Okay, Torterra. All right. Yeah, Regirock. Regirock with the handbag, you know? Regice is just a slightly more... God, I hate those. But, like, they could have done so much cool stuff with the Terraria. Like, make it a different tree type. Like, how cool would it have been for Terraria if it was, like, the white one, right? What if it was like not a spruce? What am I thinking? The white trees? And then it's the white tree, so there's this white accents to everything. That would have been no, oak isn't white. It's hold on, white tree. The birch. Birch. How cool would it be for birch trees? That would have been right here. No worries. How dare you get tree names wrong when I couldn't even think of it when I was the one mentioning it. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, Cricketoon. Okay, I see you. Okay, I'm liking gold. Gold seems to be a good color to throw into shit. Luxray, the Ruxley line, gold Ruxley line. It looks pretty dope. That's pretty good. You are just a different lighting. Ooh, the pink Vesca Queen, kind of nice. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. The hot pink Lopunny, they knew exactly what they were doing. Miss Magius. I don't know. That's more yellow than gold. I don't know how I feel about it. And then Garchomp's also, unfortunately, one of those ones that they just didn't put a whole. It's like, look, that's just a slightly different shade of gray. The first 3 generations of shinies were computer generated. I can see why. Generate it more. Just listen, just take those little knobs and skew it in other directions. Oh man. Magnezone, golden Licky. Magmortar, pink Magmortar. Again, Togekiss is like burnt. Leafeon is also one of those ones where it's just like, no. Okay, Pokemon Z's pretty good. They did a good job with that one. That's just a slightly more orange bow. Girl, you could do better. I know you guys can do better. Gliscor. Okay, yeah, I can see Gliscor. I like it. I like the cool metal look to it. Right? It has a pretty good vibe. Okay, Emboar. Okay, I like it when they go with the blue flame look. Yeah, right. The blue flame look, I dig that. Let's see here. What else? Mushmuraya, that's pretty good. Well, not good, but the blue to red with the crystals. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they could do more to it, but it's okay. I feel like it's in the middle. The Paratat line. Where was the Paratat line? Am I just blind to the Paratat? Right, near the top. Oh, is it this? Are these the Paratat? Oh, Patrat? Oh, Patrat. Got you. I was just misreading what you were saying. I was looking for like a parrot. When you said I was like, Paratat. Is that a parrot? These, yeah. I mean, they definitely changed a lot of it. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of them, but they at least changed it rather than a lighting slightly different shading. Let's see. Ooh, the crocodile. Okay, I see you. Scolipede is just bioluminescent. That's all he is. He's just like, there's a UV light on the guy. Oh man. And then Crustle. They could have done different rocks with this one, where it's like different layer. Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That one is just a more depressing Yamask. Again, like, you can done so much more with this kind of shit. I don't know, man. Just depressed baby. Again, those, I don't know. Okay, the bright green Jellicent's not terrible. Sarah, where, oh. Oh yeah, I must have missed him. I love the little guy. The red to the bright blue is pretty dope, and then the red to purple does work for the guy. I will say. The purple, it went so well, I didn't even look at him. Like, literally, I was just like, oh, that's just normal Zoroark. Because the purple just works. Good on them. Honestly, I think it works better. If anything, honestly, they could have flipped the colors and it would have been completely fine. Hey, XR, how you doing? I hunted that Dynamo until your eyes bled. No. Oh, no. Oh, man. Let's see here. Golden gears. Okay, the gears. Actually, the gears look pretty good. The golden gears look pretty dope. No, you're fine. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're enjoying Mario Odyssey. Dynamo. All right, let's see. Dynamo. This guy? That's like nothing. Well, I guess he's whiter. Pokemon Dodo win. I guess I could try to attempt to draw Mama Dodo in a Pokemon style. We were talking about Pokemon shinies. First we were talking about Pokemon and how many hours that we've been playing it, like favorite Pokemon, Pokemon shinies, and now I'm going down the list of all the Pokemon shinies and judging accordingly. Dodo trainer. And so we were just going to do this, and then we're going to hop right into game dev. But we're just being distracted in the beginning of a stream, like always. Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a whole lot of variance there. The last one is the only one with any kind of level of difference, and that's actually kind of decent. The Chandelier, I like the original one better. Black Horoxis is pretty good. Hoxorus. Have you tried Ghost type? For what? Have I tried Ghost type for what? Gold Excelgor is pretty good. Okay, Blue Bisharp's dope is pretty. I like that. I can also see Bisharp being one of the ones where they are like at civil war between shiny and non-shinies. They just seem like that would be kind of the lore behind it. Taking a look at the Ghost type Pokemon that are shiny. Oh yeah. We're going through all of them. And green Hydreigon, I don't know how I feel about it. I like green, but I don't know. These are just slightly different colors. Oh, these are straight up black and white. Okay. You're just slightly different colors. Okay, Genesect, red Genesect is a lot better than the other one. Okay, Mega Evolutions. Okay. Ooh, Mega Evolution Gengar! The hell? Where the fuck was this from? Why the hell did they not make the line white? Bro, that's so good. If they made the whole like series white form instead of the dark purple, that would have been so good. I would have hunted that to the end of extinction. The name, but basically it goes from Soul Flame to Normal Flame. The Normal Flame is a shiny form. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just commented next door where I was just like, I like the normal form better. Oh my gosh. Primal Foregroundon. I think that might be further down. Well, we'll see. Oh, ad break. But I think everyone here is subbed. Is anyone in chat not subbed at this point? Exactly. Oh man, but the white Gengar, man. Gold Steelix, I still find that one dope. Where the hell was the gold for the other one? Was the other Tyranitar this gold? Or did they amplify it a bit? Beedrill too. I don't like the fluorescent green Beedrill. I don't know, man. I don't know. It ain't my thing. I do like feminized Swampert. All right, drink it. Black dressed Gardevoir. Oh, you son of a. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. God. Black Dress Gardevoir is really good. Ooh, Mawile. No, that was actually pretty good. I like Mawile. Too fast? Too fast. It's not. Fine. I'll add 2 more to it. And then there. You got 7 out of it. Sir, you should do a fossil type Pokemon. Fossil ghost type. They would definitely be Ghost Rock. 3 more? How much do you think I drink when I hydrate, my guy? I have big gulps. I got big mouth. Black Emerald is pretty good. Oh, the Gold Altaria looks so good. I love that. Fine, fine. We'll do 3 more. 1, 2, 3. There. Okay. X-Star, we talked about this. They're not an actual type. They're a Pokemon type. Like Pikachu is a rat type or something like that. Well, is Pikachu rat or mouse? Like they're the blank Pokemon. Yeah, they're an archetype. They're not a type. Yeah. There's fossil archetype, but it's not a typing. There's not. Okay. No. You look it up. I'm looking at shinies. Like, as someone who tried to make, like, different kinds of Eevee evolutions, I am like 99% spinach. I read the spinach comment when I said that. I'm 99% sure fossil is not a type. I know my stuff is right, so you expect me to not play Pokemon 24/7 all games? All I'm saying, X-Star, listen, I guess we're just gonna think each other is wrong, because I'm right. There is no fossil type in base Pokemon. Unless you're talking about, like, one of those other Pokemon games where they throw in more types. I will smite this person, right? Like, in Scarlet and Violet, there's no fossil. In Ruby, there's no fossil. There's, like, in none of the gens that I'm aware of. Unless there's like a modded one where where it has like sound and shit in there, where that's also a type, then fossil might be in those. But that's a fan made game. That's not an official. So I'm talking about the official typing, not fan made typing, official typing. All right. Okay, fine. Well, I'm gonna look. Let me look. I'll look in Discord. Yeah, that's fan-made, my guy. That's fan-made. That's not official. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, you know what? Fine, let's look it up. Is fossil a Pokemon type? All these Pokemon, with the exception of Galar fossil Pokemon, are part right type Pokemon. The rock. They are rock type. They're part rock type. Fossil Pokemon are just Pokemon that you resurrect. They're fossil Pokemon, not fossil type, my guy. All right, we're going back to shinies. We're going back. We're gonna move on. This whole series, the Black series, is pretty good. That's just that. I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Let's see. Ooh, Florges. The purple Florges is pretty good. And then Yellow Minister. Ooh, Eagle Slash. You kind of killing it, dude, with the red and the black. Oh, Klotzer. They made him shrimp. I feel like they could have done better with Goodra. Golden Keys is funny. The Pookaboos. Okay. Tyrantrum too. Yeah. Oh, yep. There's the Zygarde, and there's the bacon. Yeah, the deer's kind of lackluster compared to the other two, really. All the golden on the bottom is pretty good. Okay, I see the black there. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh, no. I just like a Alolan Ninetales. Okay, the shiny for Raichu's pretty good. Ooh, well, okay. Yeah, the Alolan versions. I didn't play Gen 7, but I feel like I would have really enjoyed Gen 7. You know? Okay, Decidueye is pretty good. I like that one. Ooh. Is that... Is Toucannon... Is Toucannon... Is that the bi flag? The bisexuality flag colors? Am I crazy? No? Hell yeah. I like that. That's really funny. It's just a different set of colors. Ooh, hold on. Let's check. Oh, no. Okay, you just look cool in general. Okay, so purple instead of yellow. Ooh, Salazzle, the white instead of the black. Looks so good. See, it's not that hard. Ooh, the sand. The black sand. See, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because there's black sand. And that's a really cool thing. See, that's something good. Like, full-on albino Golisopod is pretty decent. A little. Ooh, depressed Mimikyu is pretty good. Just for as a flavor thing, that passes. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Like the golden armor is pretty good. Yeah, it's full on white, which is pretty good in my opinion. Pretty solid. This is. I wish it wasn't all black. They took all the colors out. I wish they kept the highlights a little more on that. Ooh, red Lunala. Okay. Green Buzzwole is really funny. Okay. Okay, the shading here is pretty good, but that's also just a weird Pokemon. That is nothing. Ooh, the Rapidash one. That's pretty cute. Generation 8. Let's see here. Ooh. Oh, the shinies of these turned them to the original colors of the 3. Okay. All right. Okay. Lunala? Hold on. Yeah. Does it have a special texture? I guess it does kind of look like it. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like vinyl. But I love, okay, as much as I like the original better for these, the fact that they gave them the original colorings of the base ones as a shiny version is a win. I like that a lot. That's pretty cool. They did a good job with Sneasel. Let's see, anything... Zoroark is pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. That one, oh, they only changed the shell. That's meh. Okay, I like the shiny of Inteleon actually. Corviknight. I kind of wish they went towards the White Knight aesthetic. It just looks, I mean, it definitely looks more metal. I'll definitely give you that. It looks like iron. It's just, I feel like there are other options that I would have liked better, but it still looks pretty good. I can understand you loving Corviknight. I can understand it, but not my favorite personally. Let's see here. Ooh, the Black Sheep. That's pretty good. These turn into kind of like Aggron colors. All right. Oh, they turned these into green apple instead of red apple. That's really cute. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna have to put a timestamp to us looking at these shinies for the thought. It's gonna be like, hey, if you're here for the game dev, it's gonna be a hot minute. Okay, the Grimmsnarl line is actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty good. Mr. Rhyme? He just has different... He's just muted colors. That's all he has. It's just muted. Cream. I think they could have done something funny with this. It's just gray. I don't know. Snom, Frostmoth. Again, any kind of insect moth and it's just not super colorful, I'm just disappointed. Yeah. Oh! If they went straight black and white instead of sepia, I think I would have liked it more. But okay. All right. I'll give him a few more points then because of the sepia coloring. I did not catch that. Has like 52 forms. Here's all the different kind of like quote unquote fossils. Dragapults. The yellow, I do like the yellow. I wish they kind of messed with the bottom coloring a little more too. The blue is pretty good. The pink, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of. That's just slightly different variants. All the rest of these are kind of like meh. Okay, Quill, I like the original Quill better. There's all the super black Tauruses. I like that. They just flip the colors a little bit. Man, I really wish they kind of went better with the, or more with the color variances. Ooh, mouse holds. Wait. Is there no shiny mouse holds? Is the shiny mouse hold 3 of a kind? Ayo? Oh my god. What? Do you see it? Hold on. Come on, get up. Can you see it? Chat, can you see the difference? It's like barely blue and then barely yellow. What the hell? And like, if you don't have, like, YouTube Crunch will remove the look of that thing. What the fuck, man? The hell? That is crazy. That's the most heinous. That's the most heinous so far. That's making fun of. I feel like that's a hate crime against some kind of disability. Some kind of disability somewhere can't tell the difference of that, and I feel like it's a hate crime for that. I swear, dude. The fuck. Oh man, still unforgivable. Ooh, white for the salt. Okay, the white is a definite. That's really good. I like that one a lot. What? This one's also heinous. What the fuck? It's like slightly different on the helmet. Jesus. Oh my god. That's terrible. Okay, the pink toad squirrel is pretty good. I like that one. Cloth as well. The eyes, that's so fucking dumb. Hey, question. Why isn't Tinkaton's shiny version the same color as the knight? The Crow Knight version. That should be the same because they're made of them, right? This should be gray, not like copper. Who the fuck has she been hunting? She's getting copper from. Scavalon has blue jeans. Oh yeah, he does have blue jeans. That's funny. He's just a shirtless dude with blue jeans. It's really good. Golden car. Okay. Yellow Wiglet, and then turns to blue Wugtrio. Okay, all right. I guess. The cycle's pretty good. It just becomes less flamingo. They just need to eat more. What do flamingos eat? Shrimp? Fire grass type for real. For actual real. Okay, okay. Look at all the shrimps. Annihilate could have used a little more love. So it goes from... I like the original better. Okay. Look at all the ancestral forms. Okay, chrome, metal, Tyranitar, iron thorns, quote unquote, is fine. That's fine. Okay, they just made the golds more golds or less golds. Okay, all right, whatever. Koraidon is pretty good. Both of these are really good. The shiny versions of both of these are top. That's solid. And oh yeah, this is the DLC ones I never played. Okay. And okay, that's it. Okay. All right. So we've gone through all the shiny Pokemon. For me to choose what my favorite is, I've already forgotten. Which ones I like. Go back in the VOD, I guess. It's my thing being like, oh, I really like this. I will probably say when they go from black to white or white to black, I tend to really love that. I like gold. I like usually when they switch to purple, I'm usually a big fan of. I hate slight variances. It is streamer dementia. It really is. It's like, also we just combed through what, like 700 Pokemon ish. Oh man. But yeah, no. Yeah, like, oh god, it's already at 1,000. Jesus. Yeah, we just combed through like 1,000. There's no way. Actually, you know what? I think I do know. I think it's Mega Evolution Gengar. I think Mega Evolution Gengar is my favorite. Going from that dark purple to that white is so cool. It's so good. I love it. And it's criminal that that's only in the Mega Evolution and not for all the other evolutions where they have... It's ghost type. They're the ghosts. They're the ghosts. They are the OG ghosts. And they don't got a white form? Bruh. Come on. Aren't included. Yeah. Should have just inverted the colors. Yeah. Like the inversion. I'm not the biggest fan with inversions when it comes to that kind of things too, because I feel like you don't put more thought into it than just being like, I'm gonna flip the colors, or I'm just gonna move the slider a little bit to the left. It just doesn't feel good. And more than likely what they probably do is they probably do some like computer for the initial and just do a code, like a switch somewhere. I mean, even if they just I don't know, man. Yeah. Like it comes off as lazy. And I know there's a lot of Pokemon and I know it's a lot of work, but you never want to, even if you can do things in a way that it doesn't take up a lot of time and effort, so it is technically lazy, but it doesn't look lazy. Yeah. So it's really unfortunate. Maybe they'll have one where they kind of go back and kind of quote unquote fix the shinies, where there's just like, oh, the shinies are new, and then everyone will be happy. But because there's an inverted colors that you can put in the Switch so that they're an inverted color Pokemon, it would just be regular colored. Okay. I mean, I guess I can see that. But that feels less of that should be an official thing and more of a fan-made mod for a game. That feels more fan-made. But, yeah. All right, should we actually go to game development? It's an hour. We've been at this for an hour. All right. Oh gosh, what is so like 50 minutes? half of this is about Pokemon. It's not your fault. I'm the one who wanted to do it. I'm the one who said, let's go through all the shiny Pokemon ever. So, whatever. It's fine. If I didn't want to be distracted, I wouldn't be streaming. I wouldn't be streaming the making of the process, right? All right. So, what we are doing is we are trying to figure out how we want to go about the imposter spread. So let's see here. Do I have... That's Streamer Hub. Let's pull up Last Call. Let's bring up my Excel sheet. Currently 18, don't think anyone on age does Halloween. Still love Halloween. I would check legality, because I think at a certain age you're not allowed to wear masks after that, and you might have passed it. So if you're thinking of doing a mask thing, I wouldn't recommend it, or I would double check legality. But no, that's still Streamer Hub. What am I doing? There we go. But I mean, people always celebrate their Halloween in different ways. For me, I'm going to, this is what I plan on doing. I'm not promising anything yet, but what I'm planning on doing, unfortunately, I'll be gone on Halloween. I will be going to a wedding. So I'll be literally gone. So I'm not going to be able to do on Halloween, but we are going to have a Halloween celebratory stream where I stream for 24 hours with and play just horror games throughout the day. So from 12 to 12. We'll see if I regret that decision. But yeah, that's the plan for that one. Can we actually submit some Halloween games? You can recommend some. Yeah. The current plan is we're gonna play some Phasmophobia. We're gonna play some Lethal Company. We're gonna play some. We might actually go through FNAF games maybe as well, depending. Basically, we're just gonna go through a bunch of like horror games throughout the day, and maybe watch some like horror YouTubes if I need it when I eat food. Like watch some Kane Pixels and stuff like that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's make this into white, and then we do page layout. Oh, you don't even see. You're fine. I'm not gonna blind you quite yet. And then downloads. There we go. And then now, boop. So we need a. I just put imposter spread. Good job. Good job, Idealist. Wow. We already played Indigo Park, actually. I already have that VOD up on the YouTube channel. So after the stream, go check it out. Unless they have another update to it. Which I don't think so. Oh! When did Chapter 2 come out? When did that happen? Because I haven't heard a thing about it. Or is it going to come out in October? Because if it's going to come out, that explains why I haven't heard anything about it. Oh, yeah. No, we could totally play that. I actually really liked the first chapter. They did a very good job. All right. So I've only played chapter 1. All right. So we talked about this. So we were talking about how we wanted certain buildings to kind of act as a bit of a barriers. We don't necessarily want things that we want to give the illusion that there is variance and that these things are getting smarter and like trying to dodge your assumptions of where they're going to go. Things like make some of the things newer and different. maybe. I haven't played that one. I don't know if I would go back just to play just a revamped version of it. If there's a chapter 2, then I could go back and replay chapter 1 with the new version and then chapter 2 right after. But I don't think I would go back just to replay a revised version of something that I've already played before. Unless it's just like insanely different. But yeah, you have these barriers that you really don't want to lose because then they can connect to everything. So that kind of defeats the idea of a proximity. Because originally what I wanted to do was that once this got infected, there was like a 60% chance they would go to any of these ones directly next to it. And then like a 20% chance they'll go farther and a 10% chance they go farther. But if we do a proximity chance thing, one, it's harder for us to kind of like balance that if we have issues during testing, as far as it just kind of being like really random and hard to gauge. But it also makes it so that these barriers it would be a lot more difficult to be like, hey, when it comes to trying to go over here, we want to more focus on these locations versus these locations, right? So I think we're going to have to I'm going to make a list so you can choose the ones that you want to play looking at the description. Sure. Sounds good, Xstar. Go ahead and do the list if you want. I think there is, let's see here. I think there's a section in Discord. Maybe in feedback? In feedback? Throw that in there. So that way we have it on hand. And just be like, hey, this is for the potential streams, for the Halloween stream. And then we can kind of, you know, pick and choose as we go. So another idea that we had before was that we wanted to connect, where it was like we manually be like, okay, in this house, it could go here, here, or here, and then there's a chance for that. And then once you get here, it's like it kind of has like this zone where I manually put in the options, and then we can manipulate the chance. So then it's like, oh, you can do it that way. But I was against that because that's a lot of work. That's going in, manually putting in everything, manually putting anything, versus just having a system in place that will auto pick for us. But now with that kind of caveat of not everything is created equal in this, and that different weight in different locations, I think we're going to have to manually do it. So we're going to go ahead and go to our imposter system. Let's go ahead and make this all page layout. So let me go ahead and just real quick, backgrounds, cell backgrounds. Okay. And boop. All right. So as far as what we have so far, the difficulty tiers is fine. The additional imposters are added are fine. All this is pretty good. And then we have the difficulty structure here. I might delete the third one. It was a good idea at the time. It was one of the things that y'all recommended, if I remember correctly. Oh, ad break. We're gonna wait a hot second. But yeah, no. Can I actually send links? I'd prefer if you didn't. I think if you just give us the name, that should be fine. I can look it up. So just give me the name of the things, preferably no links. I just don't want people to get super accustomed to links, because there are a lot of Discord scams that are happening at the moment. And we need to be pretty cognizant on making sure that we don't make ourselves vulnerable for that. So even though these links are going to be, you know, most likely fine, if people get used to links being posted and trusting them, then when malicious one does come through, a lot of people could get affected. So let's just try to avoid it as much as we can at the moment. If you do not mind. But yeah, no. No, a lot of y'all's suggestions for this game has actually been pretty solid. Or at the very least has been a good avenue into a new train of thought. So I do very much appreciate it. All right, ad break is over. I'm gonna make a visual representation that for on stream for y'all as well, so that way it's not me just telling you like, hey, there are ads. It's like a thing that shows up on screen that are like, hey, ads are playing. But we're gonna I guess we could have a temporary one in the meantime, but that's just another thing to add to the bucket of things to do to make it more in universe, I suppose. Anyway, tier 3, one of the things I was recommended was things pronounced differently. And I'm thinking we're removing this because once you understand a sentence structure, you wouldn't go from trying to mimic a sound someone makes and then understanding how to put it together to suddenly not being able to pronounce the thing. Because if anything, the pronunciation is the one thing these things would get right because it's mimicking the sound specifically. It's not like they read it in a book and they haven't said it out loud before. They're literally hearing it. So I think I'm just gonna hide that for now. We're just gonna do that. I won't delete it completely, but for now we'll just do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, we wanted to talk about teenagers potentially using AIM. So there's a potential for people calling or asking for help not using the phone. Do you use Steam or Game Jolt? I've never even heard of Game Jolt, so Steam, please. Potential Clippy that gives player the ability to ask for help without having to rely on looking at instructions is pretty funny. That feels extra. I like the idea of it. I don't know if we could implement it as an MVP. People can sometimes defend themselves in doing so. The player will decide to believe the person is real when they call. Yeah, that is one of the changes that we did make. Is that the people can defend themselves. They potentially can survive even if you don't send the correct emergency person out. But, and this is a big but, then you have to decide if the person calling really did survive the attack, or if they have been replaced trying to trick you into thinking they survived the attack. Yeah. There's actually a bunch of good games. They actually aren't scams because multiple other popular news like Jolts for some games that you can't find on a website. Okay, cool. It's neat. So now we're going to add that the imposters will spread via manually added options, but will be a chance based on which it will spread to. And then also some locations will have more potential, we'll put this in quotations, more potential for more connections than others, thus being of higher value to defend for the player. Right? Because that's eventually what I want. Eventually you will have to be forced to make a decision of who to save in this game. Do you save the person in this house, or do you save this other person in their house? Which is why it also incentivizes us to create really good characters in this game, because then it becomes an argument of, do you save the person that you really like in the game, or do you make the objectively smart decision and go and save a different location that would then speed up the process of you losing even faster, right? So I like kind of making people having to make those really difficult decisions of, oh shit. And the more we can kind of make that decision difficult for people, not in the sense of accessibility or difficulty, just like morally, more psychologically, the better. Then we're kind of really going deeper into like horror. And then the realization of you making those decisions and coming to terms that you made those decisions. So we want to have some that are of higher value, quote unquote, like the supermarket, like the supermarket, like the school, where if you lose these, if you lose this whole area, it could be this one, 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 or this one. It could be this whole neighborhood that could be attacked. Whereas if you just come in from this side, you can go like, oh, it might be this one, this guy might be over here. There'd be a lot less of what could potentially go to and how bad things can go. But so if it's like, oh, it has to be the school, or like this guy who you really like, and you try to keep them alive as long as possible because you identify with them. And it's like, well, which one is it? Do you just sacrifice the school to try to keep the guy you like alive? Or do you have that guy go out and then you're able to keep a valuable strategic location, right? In the end, it doesn't matter. and there'll definitely be people who come to realize like, oh, I'm gonna lose the game either way, and then it just kind of disperses the pressure, because it's like, well, if I'm gonna lose no matter what, then is there really any danger? Or is there, if there's no chance, the overwhelming sense of what's the term, learned helplessness? You guys know what I'm talking about? Learned helplessness is a psychological phenomena. You can see it in animals too. I think the way that I learned it was like, if you tried to give like a hamster like a piece of food, and then every time they try to reach for it, you pull it away. Eventually, what will happen is that they'll just stop trying. They'll just stop trying to eat the food. And then no matter how close you get it to them, no matter how much you leave, like put it on the ground, leave it away, they just won't go for it anymore. Because they learned that the situation, there's nothing they can do. It's out of their hands, so they just don't even try. So in best case scenario, we try to avoid that. In a game that you're going to lose, we need to have a good enough reason to go to the end of the game, even though you're going to lose. And at least for me, that is going to be the potential addition of a leaderboard. It's the idea that you're trying to last as long as possible. It's not that the ending is, oh, it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. But it matters in a different sense of whether or not you win, and it has more to do with what time did you get. So it's like the finish line, it's almost like, how can I put this? Imagine a race, but everyone is on a moving walkway. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the ones at airports where it's just a moving walkway. It's like a sidewalk, but it moves forward, right? And the race is to get to the end of the hall, but everyone's on a walkway. You could do absolutely nothing, and then you can get there. Or you could walk, and you can get there faster. Or you can run, and you can get there faster. Like, eventually you will get there. So you don't have to do anything, and you will get to the end of the game. But just because that the ending will come regardless of your effort doesn't mean that we can't incentivize people to then put in effort to get a type of ending or a kind of ending that would allow them to feel more rewarded for the experience. And I mean, at the moment we have the turtle ending and the you tried your best ending kind of deal, but we can spread that even more if we feel like we need to add more incentive, right? Because I think most games avoid this problem by just having an end state, which is you survived the night. It's like, congratulations, you win, yay, you beat it, you saved as many people as you could. But that's not the kind of game that I want to make here. I don't want to create a situation where you live, or like where everyone lives. And if we did decide to want to go that direction, we would have to completely change like the difficulty of everything so that it's possible to beat the game without losing a single person. Because that's what people are going to want. People are going to want to beat the game. Like, people don't just want to win a game. They want to win the game perfectly, right? They want to make sure no one dies. They want to make sure at the very least the people that they like don't die, right? They want to make all the right decisions. And that would make it potentially boring, especially when having other people watch the game, to be like, oh, so that's how you go about it. And then they play it. And then their situation was similar enough where they're like, they just knew all the right decisions. They know which phone calls had the right signs and which option to put for which one. And then they just win the game and they're like, oh, well, whatever. But when in a lose state where everyone will lose is just depending on how many mistakes you make is how fast you lose, then it's a fact of how many mistakes can I make. When in a situation where it's based on how many mistakes you make. Sorry, I kind of got hit with an idea. Because I'm thinking like, well, what if we had more nuance? You know what I mean? Where it is a feeling of, it's not just with decisions, but how you make the decisions and how long it takes for you to make decisions. And like, do we want to make it so that as long as you're within the time limit of making the decision, it doesn't move things forward? So then there's kind of like there are increasing level of mechanics that you can manipulate to give yourself more time. So for example, let's see here. We'll do like this, right? Possible. That's not how you spell possible. Here, can I? Okay, it doesn't make this. I'm going off here to make sure that I'm writing correctly. For those that are wondering, as far as the quote-unquote dark mode for Excel, what I'm doing is that I'm making all of the text white, and then I made the background a pitch black like paint bucket like picture, and just having that in the background. So when you try to write, it's still white. So I'm using the up top to determine when I'm spelling this correctly, because I can't see because it's white on white technically still. It's janky as hell, but I'm tired of flashbanging both myself and you all whenever I want to pull up an Excel sheet, because I love Excel, but man, do they need a dark mode more than anything. Oh man. Okay, there's a reminder to stay hydrated. All right, possible. Possible advanced mechanics that can be manipulated, right? Because we want to make this game both friendly for those who are just coming in, and then for those that are playing it for like their 10th time, right? And especially if we're having the mindset of a kind of funny interaction with speedrunners in this game, which I feel like if you're making a game, putting your hat on of like, what would a speedrunner do is probably a healthy way of moving forward. Because one, that increases your game's longevity, and two, it's fun. It's fun to be like, how would they break this game? And what a speedrunner would want, so what a normal person would want is to last as long as possible and save as many people as possible. What a speedrunner wants is to lose as fast as possible and how to lose people as fast as possible. So you need to find a way to get the wrong thing as fast as possible, which is funny and something that we can try to manipulate accordingly. So at the moment, we only had, is the person on the other side a person or not? And if you make the right decision, it slows things down. If you get the wrong decision, it speeds things up, right? That's all we had. So if it's just that, that's kind of, I don't want to say that's boring, but if you're playing this game like the third or fourth time, and we can only have so many different scenarios in here at the same time, even though it could be in different order, and even though it could be different thing, and then we're going to have different kind of like narrative timelines for all the resources that you have. So whoever gets to the end of the game with you resource wise, you're going to know more about their character compared to other people. And we're just going to have a narrative for each one of them, so that if they just so happen to get to the end, you get to know about them. It's a very natural way for the game to give you story without us completely being like, if you last this long, this happens. If you learn this much from this person, right? So even though that's good, but then it's like, okay, cool. I made all the right decisions. Let's say that. Let's say I made every decision correctly that I should have. What more is there to improve? How can I improve my time then? If I made all the right decisions, how the hell can I increase my time even more? Right? Or how can I lose faster even more? If I am wrong every time, how can I make it even faster? Because it's the same question, just a different point of view. And I think we should make it so that when the phone rings and a decision needs to be made, I did made as in like a cleaning maid. A decision needs to be made. A certain amount of time is given to the player to make a decision, right? And originally, that was going to be an accessibility thing, where we could turn that off for people who hate timed events. For people who don't want that kind of pressure, who would prefer okay, chat, what are we going to do? And they have like a voting thing. Or you have like Game Grumps or something, where they kind of like talk about it and try to make a decision. And, you know, and also just some people just take a while to make a decision, right? Then you can kind of like manipulate it. So, but then if we make it so that there isn't a time limit, then you could just not make a decision and the game would go on forever and you would win that way. Right? You wouldn't be able to manipulate it. I mean, what we could do is that because it's an accessibility option, if the accessibility option is on, then you don't get you can't get put on a leaderboard, but that feels shitty. Just because you need more time to think doesn't mean that you should be punished for it, right? You shouldn't feel, it shouldn't be like, okay, well, because you want to talk with your chat or because you want to talk with other people and collaborate and make a decision, or you need more time, you don't get to compare yourself to other people. I think that's shitty. That feels bad. There is the way that it would make things so much more complicated. We could make a leaderboard for everyone. Let's say there is 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or unlimited. Let's say it's that. Let's say the normal amount is 1 minute. So you have the base 1. So we have 1 minute, 2 minutes. This is base. 5 minutes. And none. There's no limit. Then what we could do is we would have main leaderboard. And then we would have 2 minute leaderboard. Then a 5 minute leaderboard. Then a none leaderboard. Right? We can have different leaderboards depending on the accessibility options you choose, so you can still compare to other people, but only people within the options that you've chosen. But man, does that feel like it's cutting it small. Because what if we do that for every single accessibility option and it's like, cool, there's one other person in the entire world who also did this. Right? It solves the problem, but one, that puts up more on our plate that we would have to figure out. And then 2, that might be cutting our population too small for it to be effective. Because I don't know how effective a leaderboard is if you're the only one on it, right? Like, I'm number 1 of a race of only me. Because again, we can plan for this game to explode, or hope that this game explodes. But the reality is, more than likely, not a lot of people are going to play this game. So we need to also plan for the fact of, what if the population's small? What do we do? Right? Yeah, that would feel gross. So another potential option that we can do is we don't have the decision-making process be part of the timer. So decision-making process doesn't get added to the time. It's out of time. So when a phone rings and you are making a decision, time doesn't move forward as far as the tracker, because there is essentially a tracker in the game that can tell the time that it takes to do things. This also makes things complicated, because if we have a tracker in game, it would be easy to set up. It's start when the game starts and end when the game ends. Nothing else fancy with it. But if we do make that some things are exempt, we need to add the exemption in the timer. And then if that's the case, we're kind of back to square one, right? If we're back to square one of, okay, then how do I add more time? If decision making isn't part of the equation on extending or shortening time, then what can I do that shortens or extends time, right? So it's hard, because the one thing that I originally thought was, okay, if you want to get as much time as possible, what you do is that you wait till the last second to make a decision to last as long as possible. That's what you can do. You can manipulate it by when you give the answer, when you send the emergency vehicles, also adds to your time. So then if you're trying to lose as fast as possible, you want to be answering the phone as fast as possible. Which also kind of goes, okay, so there's a natural inclination of people in difficulty which is something that I've looked into in the past for a different game. Maybe we'll play it, or maybe we'll make it on the next one on stream. Who knows? But the idea is that you want to be able to create a natural difficulty curve that also goes into the mindset of human psychology in general. So the very simplest version of this is people who don't know what they're doing take longer to do things. People who do know what they're doing take a shorter amount of time to do things. So by rewarding certain behaviors of the experts who do things quicker and plan things accordingly that way, versus giving the time and allowing more time for people who take longer to do things, and then making it easier later. So like harder than easier over time kind of feel to it, right? So if you were to kind of like have a graph of where do these people land on, it's a lot of upfront, really high level people, and then the skill level of people decreases as time decreases, right? Though I haven't, it's not like I did a scientific experiment with a null hypothesis or anything like that to to make this. Excellent, awesome, X-Star. I'll check it out after stream. And so so I do like the idea. I like the idea of manipulating when you send things out as a way to increase and shorten time. But that also ties into that will only work if the time needed to make the decision is uniform. Or here, because I was gonna say that, well, we could just make the time like long, like you have 5 minutes. Like what if you're given 5 minutes to do something, right? I think most people would come to a conclusion within 5 minutes, right? But there's a problem with that, in that, okay, cool, I want to try to make it so that I last as long as possible. Oh, damn. Oh, we have a unique situation here. Because a person who knows what they're doing, they will try to go either as fast as possible or as late as possible. It's not all up front. It's a bell curve. Fuck, it's a bell curve. So the people, you know the meme where it's like the people who the really dumb people and the not. What's going on? What was that? Oh. Duck Mama. Oh, okay, that's funny. Apparently you doing the Duck Mama Dota caused like a weird highlight on Excel. Whoops. All right, it's another ad break? What the fuck? Bro, it's been 30 minutes. I swear to God that the outbreak just happened. What? When did that happen? For real. Damn. Damn. We'll wait for that to be over, I suppose. But you know the meme that I was talking about, where it's like it's the really dumb people and the really smart people are on the opposite ends of the bar curve. No, the dumb person and the smart person are on opposite ends of the bell curve, but they're agreeing for the same thing. Yeah, it's kind of like that's what I'm thinking of now. That's essentially our situation, where we have people who want to go as fast as possible and as slow as possible, and we need to accommodate accordingly. If we make it 5 minutes, that means people who know what they're doing are sitting there for 5 minutes. 4 minutes and 59 seconds waiting for it to click this. That's boring as hell. So we can't do that. We can't make it longer. Oh. Welcome back, people, from the ad break. Pretty much, the synopsis is people who are really good at this game are going to want to go both really fast and really slow. So if we make the time to do things really long, that means the people who know what they're doing are just going to sit there for more than like almost 5 minutes doing nothing and waiting. And that's so gross. I don't like that. I don't want to make the most efficient way of doing things boring. The most efficient way of doing things should be the funnest way of going about things. How about this one thing, the game over screen? Like, there's different things. You get shot by a gun, or you get chopped in half with an axe and chainsaw. Like, how about Mimics do that? No. You don't get there is no imminent, well, I mean, there is an imminent threat to a degree, but they're like, it's far, we don't want to give the impression that these mimics even can use tools. Like, I want to give the impression that we don't know what these mimics look like. We don't even know if they're even humanoid, or if they even stand up on 2 legs, or what they look like. We know what they kind of sound like, but I want to give the impression, the player, the impression of whatever it could be. So if we give the impression of like, oh, the mimics shot him in the face with a shotgun, and it's like, okay, so they can use guns. So I guess these things are human enough to know what guns and how to use them, right? So, I mean, that what that kind of gives off, X-Star, is kind of like Left 4 Dead credits. I don't know if any of y'all played Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2. Well, I mean, who said that? I didn't say that these were aliens. Mim's got on how to use a gun. Yeah, a dummy's guide. Like, dummy's got on how to use a shotgun. Is pretty good. But yeah, no, as far as like, these aren't, yeah. Well, exactly. It's like, but that's like, okay, cool. It's either they're humans or they're aliens, and that's pretty much it. Where instead I want these things to be crawling out of the ground, right? So I don't know. I'm not feeling that one. But so extending the time doesn't work. They want to either go really short or really long. So I still feel like 1 minute is fine. 2 minutes, maybe. Maybe we could do 2 minutes. But I also feel like 2 minutes is fine to wait. It feels a bit long to just be waiting, but also not long enough for most people's collaboration. How long? Okay, bear with me here. How long is emergency meeting in Among Us? How long is that? Is it like 45 seconds? 30 seconds? It's adjustable? What is it based though? Hold on. Okay, not this one, but how long is emergency meeting in Among Us? Each player is given 10 seconds. Is that what it said? The players are unable to voluntarily move. Votings. Unless the session count is set to 0 seconds in the settings, go into voting time. Here we go. After an emergency meeting, each player is given 10 seconds to choose where to spawn. Nope, that's not it. This isn't it. How long should emergency cooldown last? That's cooldown. Because I'm trying to think, what other good games are there where you need a certain amount of time to collaborate? What was it called? Like Werewolf? You remember what I'm talking about? That kind of TSO2. What is TOS2? What is that? Spell it out to me, I'm old. Town of Salem? Yeah. Town of Salem 2. Murder mystery brings new roles. Okay. time to deliberate. Phases? Discussion phase? Okay, hold on. Discussion. Okay. 45 seconds. That feels too short. Well, why did you make it in the first place? The time of the day is the standard. Will be 75 to 7 to 21. Nuke it. Kill it with fire. Werewolf. Time to deliberate. Because I'm gonna become a YouTuber. I have to have that. Well, yeah, you have to have it, but for what? What is your goal with it? Because I made my Discord with the mind of a place that we can talk about our individual projects in our own like goals and sharing our progress with each of the things. Like I had a goal in mind when I made Discord that is like, okay, I'm using it for this reason. It's not just having it because you need to have it. You need to have a reason to have it. And I think that will help point you in the direction of where to take it. That's why I have like 8 different sections, like one for art and one for game dev, and I'm probably gonna make one for gaming as well, just so that we can put all our game stuff in there for those that enjoy playing games, right? So let's see, werewolf, time to deliberate. Maybe it's Town of Salem, werewolf, time to deliberate. No. Because I'm gonna, yeah. Damn. Maybe we're being too specific. How much time to deliberate on difficult? That's not how you spell deliberate, but we're moving forward with it. How much time to deliberate on difficult social situations? Not the 10,000 hour rule, nothing like that. Not. I don't want to talk about the habit forming 10,000 hour bullshit. I'm talking about when you have people deliberate about like, because if people are kind of gotten used to the idea of like, okay, what are we gonna do? Do we believe this person? Do we not believe this person? Right? I do need video ideas, so I can't really think when I'm at school. I have to do a bunch of schoolwork, so I can't really get a time to think of what I'm going to do. Use this time, Xstar. Seriously. Use this time to work on your stuff, especially on game dev days, because game dev is my project. It's the thing that I'm striving for, right? So like, do that. Do that now. You might be not as active in the chat, but as long as you're here, I don't mind. As long as you're listening. Use my trying to be productive time as an advantage as an excuse for you to work on your own productive stuff. But I don't have a mic or anything. All I have is a phone and a Switch. Can't you do like headphones with a mic on them, with like Bluetooth? I think there's a handful of like fairly cheap ones that you could potentially do that. And also, you don't need to have a mic for gameplay. No, you can do voiceless gameplay if you want to do that. You probably will need like a video card though, not a video card. What do they call it? The capture card to capture your Switch stuff so you can record it accordingly. But because I have a capture card for my iPad for when I do drawing on stream, and that can get a little expensive depending on how much, I don't know how much money you have. I'm assuming not a lot, but you know, take it from there. Or do everything but, you know? If it's usually 60 seconds, how long does Among Us deliberation take? Games usually last 10 minutes. Let's look at the emergency meeting again. Are events that occur. Players will be unable voluntarily to move. The meeting will occur if the show an overview. Show to call the meeting who died during that round. Afterward, the discussion time. Unless the discussions are set to 0 in the settings, it will go onto the voting time. During the discussion time, people will be able to only vote during the voting time. The emergency meeting. Okay, so Among Us best discussion time. 19 cents. Oof. Well, I don't think you're gonna be able to get much with 19 cents, my guy. Okay, so discussion time's more important than voting time. Right. Always make the discussion time slightly longer since it gives people time to accuse or defend. Voting time allows both discussion. Yeah, but how long did you do it? Discussion time 75 seconds. Voting time a minute 15 seconds. Yeah, Piranha's so rich. He's just like, I didn't know that cents existed. I didn't think there was anything after the period. I thought that was an archaic thing. I thought the lowest was $1. It's like, do you mean $100? I have nothing lower than 100. I'm just messing with you, Piranha. Well, I don't know, my guy. $1.19. Bro, look, I love your support, man, but if you're that low on money, don't spend it on me. I want you to be able to put food on your table. I appreciate it, I really do, but like, I want y'all to spend money that you can spend, that you're willing to spend. Not when you're that low, man. Come on. Yeah, I know, right? You probably got like a message being like, "Hey, is this you? Did you make this decision?" As the name suggests, discussion starts to discuss. Discussion time blur the body. Who's the imposter? That's fine. I have a bunch of cash. Okay, as long as you're okay. Piranha, I very much support your support, and I'm sure all of us agree with that as far as those that accepted your gifted subs. But I want you to be okay more than I need money in my pocket. You know? So, just know that much. Okay, justified accusation 75 seconds is enough time to do that and decide who to vote or not. Okay, so let's also see something real quick. I'm gonna turn this off real quick. We're gonna actually go over to the stream. If I were to manage a poll, go to new poll. The lowest it goes is 1 minute. Just gifting a sub, and it's $8. Yeah. Well, is even for September? I didn't realize gifting a sub is more expensive than a sub, because I thought a sub was $5. Is gifting a sub really $8? Why is it more expensive? That makes no sense. You would think it'd be less expensive, because you're not the one enjoying it. I don't know, man. I'm showing my lack of experience in Twitch. Being like, bro, tell me you've never subbed before in your life without telling me you never subbed. Can't even buy it cheaper. It's $270. You're just short. Time to save up. Time to go walking down near the supermarket and find some quarters on the pavement. I mean, it's rough when you're super young because it's not like you can like work. For many places, it's illegal to work. I know for me, it's a region thing. I know for me, I babysat. That's how I got my money when I was pre-16, 17. I babysat other people's kids. And that's actually, I bought a PSP. Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say, you could cheer X-Star with that money. Well, actually, it's Piranha. It's a little more expensive. It's not a 1-to-1. It's a 1-to-1 to give to me, but for when you buy bits, it's a little more than a 1-to-1 because I think there's like an extra like 20. There's like a percentage thing on it. That's how I got my money. It paid me $30. Yeah. Like, funny story time. I know I'm being distracted, but it's fine. So I babysat a family friend for like a year or two, and they had 3 kids. They had a kid who had severe autism, a kid who had severe ADHD, and then a kid around my little brother's age, like overall. And both these parents worked full time, and they had all these kids. And that had like they just needed. I agreed to babysitting. Again, this is how I know that you needed a babysitting license in this location, right? Because in order to babysit for them, I had to get a license saying that I am allowed to babysit. And they teach you how to do like baby CPR and like the poison control number. It was like an 8-hour class on a Saturday or something like that. And then my dog ate it, but we're not going to get into that. Anyway, so first night, they were just like, okay, we have everything in here. It was like right around in the evening, and it was like 7 o'clock, and they're like, okay, cool. Their bedtime is like 8 or 9. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, all right, the fridge is full. We ordered pizza for you. I had to play a particular movie for the one who had autism and put him to bed. I might have to read a bedtime story for the one who had ADHD. And then the other one was essentially took care of himself, right? He was definitely old enough to just be like, I'm just gonna go to bed then. So I did that, and I, put the movie on, put the one with autism to bed. No fuss, no nothing. The one with ADHD didn't even need like a bedtime story. He went to bed, and so I spent by that point, I was like, it was like 8 o'clock, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna just watch on their giant screen TV, and I'm just gonna raid their fridge and eat the pizza that they ordered for me. And then they called at like 12 o'clock, and they're like, hey, how's everything going? And I was like, yeah, no, everything's good. And they're like, can I ask you to stay for another 2 hours? I mean, at the time, I didn't realize what was happening, but they were 100% at like a love hotel. They were 100% just at a hotel banging. And they're just like, hey, can we stay a little bit longer? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, y'all are out. I didn't give a second thought what they were doing. I did not care. I was enjoying food in a giant screen TV and doing just fine. And they came back and they're like, all right, give us the damage report. And I'm like, what damage report? And they're like, did they give you any talk back? And I'm like, no. Like, what do you mean? I put on the movie, did absolutely fine. Didn't even need to read a bedtime story. Everyone's good. And they're just like, are you free next weekend? And they paid me $50. Bro, they paid me $50 fucking dollars. This was like 18 years ago, by the way. So $50 went a lot more back then than it did today. So like, I was so stoked. I was like, yes, bro, I just ate their cheese puffs and watched TV the entire time. Are you kidding? And it turns out that the one with autism tends to like have difficulties with people, so he doesn't get along with everybody, and apparently he just got really along with me, and I was just happy to help these two out because these two people are like work their ass off. They work their ass off to get what they are, and they're handling like 3 kids too at the same time. I'm like, bro, I'm just glad I'm able to give y'all a night where you can go off and just enjoy life, because I could tell that y'all have been stressing. And then my mom called them and told them to stop giving me so much money. Because she's like, guys, stop, don't give my son $50. Because she felt that they were doing it because they were family friends, right? They were just like, hey, stop giving so much money, please. So the next time I babysat them, they wrote me a check for $49.99. I laughed so hard when I received that check, and pretty much just told my mom, it's like, shut up, you don't know how much this means to us. Like, it's just like, bro. So, and if you're wondering what I spent that money on, I spent that money on my first ever console that I bought myself, and that was a PSP. I bought a PSP with that money. So that's how I got money before I ended up working at a like tennis pro shop or something when I got to like 16. So that's how I got my money for stuff. Unfortunately, we moved, but like, I hope they're doing okay. But yeah, that's some story time. The PSP had a racist ad. Really? Did I just not clock it as racist? I know they had the that was during the time with like the weird squirrel Quizno sub commercial. I don't know if y'all have any fucking clue what I'm talking about, but hold on. I hope this isn't the racist ad they're talking about, but like, it was like Quizno subs commercial. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna pull this up. Hold on, I got you. This. Do us. It was 2 fuzzballs and they're talking a Mexican accent, and it was bad. It got canceled. Oh no. What was the PSP hell yeah commercial? Yeah, the PSP squirrel? That wasn't the one you're talking about, right? I'm about to play this one, so I want to make sure that the PSP Hells Yeah isn't the racist one that I'm going to play live on stream. So, just confirming that it's not the squirrel one. Right? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank God. All right, so there's this one.
On a peanut. Touchdown, Atlanta. Man, these graphics are nuts. Yeah, they got more flavor than a pistachio. No doubt. I'd whip you head to head. What? Squirrel, please. You have about as much skills as a chipmunk. Yo, mama's a chipmunk. Oh, no. He got denied just like you get denied by the lady. Shoot, if I had a ship like that, the girls would be all over me like salt on a peanut. Hells yeah.
Hells yeah.
PSP.
Hells yeah. Bro, that worked on my ass like no other one. My God. Oh, man. So, yeah, I bought a PSP. It's so good. I wish commercials were still like that, dude. Fuck. Anyway, that's another sidetrack, I guess, for some Idealist the streamer lore. You watched the show on YouTube video. He didn't get like his video removed, so I think it would be okay. Still, I don't want to show racist shit on my stream if I can avoid it. Racism, sex. Listen, we're here. We love everyone here. All right. We know no hate, nothing. Speaking of which, I need to update the rules now that we're like affiliate accordingly. So like no spamming and no hate, you know, the usual. Can you hear it? No. Listen, I'm not doing it on stream, XR. Don't worry. Or not don't worry, but I'm just not doing it 2 minutes after it on X. Exactly. Listen, I'm just starting. All right. I'm just getting my feet on the ground. I ain't getting that kind of shit on me. Nah. So this has 75 seconds. And what I checked on stream or on Twitch was to see if the how long a poll is on Twitch, and it's a minute. So what if we did a minute 30 seconds? You have a minute 30 seconds. We have from beginning of the call to when you need to make a decision, it's a minute 30. We can have 15 seconds being the phone length maximum, except maybe like we'll have special ones where it goes a lot longer. But there was one on Xbox ad and I hate it. Oh no. Because a minute and a half might be good enough. What are we gonna do after it? Honestly, first of all, X-Star, we are gonna finish this game. But what are we gonna do after it? It's gonna be the next project. That project will either be the next game, but something tells me I'm gonna want to shift gears a bit, and I'm probably gonna do probably work on the VTuber model. I'll probably work on the model on stream. I'll probably do art. You'll probably be replaced with art to get the VTuber model up and going, rigged, etc. And then once that's done, then we would probably move back to the game and like do a different game. Yeah. Because I really do like art and I want to do art stuff, but I only have a certain amount of me's in existence. But yeah, I plan on doing my own VTuber model and everything too. So I just so many, especially since y'all made me affiliate so quickly, I need to finish those two projects first before I even look at the VTuber model. So by the time we actually get those projects done, the game might be close to being finished by that point. Hopefully, fingers crossed, but you know. We can try to attempt a minute 30. This gives us a 30 seconds buffer to listen to the phone, as well as see the results of like, sorry, there's another ad break. See the results of the thing. Oh God, what huge text. Because I thought of something, so like trivia questions, and you basically have to put your hand out, and if you get it wrong, your hand gets chopped off. If you get it right, it moves to the other player or NPC. And if you get it wrong, same thing happens. You have 3 lives, and whoever dies first loses, and whoever wins gets to go on another round. Interesting. Okay. That kind of reminds me of, there was a horror game that recently came out where you have to cut fingers off. Where it is like it's, I don't remember if it was, no, it wasn't trivia questions. It was, I think it was card based, if I remember correctly. And that if you win the round, quote unquote, of that card, then you get a finger chopped off. And then fingers were like currency. So you get their finger if you win, and if you lose, they get your finger. And vice versa. That feels very similar. All right. 5 more seconds. Yeah. I forget the name of it. Hold on. For those that just came back from the ad break, I'm talking about a horror game where you get fingers cut off. So I think it was like finger cut off horror game. Let's see what comes up. Yeah, limb from limb. Limb from limb. Game. Yeah, you cut off, you have to fight like this weird guy and you have to cut off your fingers. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. Alrighty then. Let's do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this. Alright. Next goes on your head. Okay. Well, it sounds pretty interesting. Why don't you make it, X-Star? I'm not the only one who has to make the game. Maybe you make it as well. It's certainly something. Any software to make it? Do you have any kind of computing? Like computer or anything? Laptop, desktop, anything like that? I don't know if Godot, if you can make games on your phone. That's the only thing. It's like, I don't know. They don't allow me to use it. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, that would explain it. Time to save up the money. All right. So I'm thinking decision maker process isn't added. So I still think the decision process should be added. Maybe a minute and a half is good enough. Let's keep that there for now. Let's say 1.5 minutes to make a decision once phone is answered. That gives enough time to listen to the phone call, to deliberate, and then send the things accordingly. But is it? Hold on. Let's put a timer up real quick. So let's see here. Timer. Do like a clock app here. Oh, sorry about that. Accidentally grabbed y'all. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a timer for a minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute 30. And then I'm just gonna hit play, and then we're just gonna see of how long, because essentially that's an ad break, right? I like to point out that there are 2 people watching. What happened to everyone? Living? Yeah. Yeah, they're just off doing their own thing. And game dev isn't for anybody, right? So I understand that. And well, that's one of the things that is something that I've considered in the past, where, yeah, you have a life, Piranha, please. There's been plenty of streams where I'm sure you were off doing other things because you weren't here, or maybe you were, maybe you just weren't talking. But like people have also, I've questioned this time slot, and I've also questioned if the game dev should just be a different stream entirely, or it's just this one is just games, and then I have a completely separate that only does game dev. And I'm keeping an eye on the metrics. If I'm seeing consistent drop with game dev stuff, I probably will move game dev to a different stream entirely. Your idea is just Saw? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe we should try a minute and a half. Well, what we could do is this. We could do 1.5 minutes decision to once phone is answered, and then just none. But is considered an advantage, so not part of metrics. that one idea that I had for a game where we could play on, I could play on, that we could play on Buzzcast. Have you said it since this stream has started? Because if so, then no. Because I try to stick with stream as much as I can, if I can help it. Was it the one that was blurred out? The one that was like, hey, Idealist, this is spoilers? Because I avoided that one. If it was beneath that, then yeah, then no. I guess the answer is no, Xstar. I guess the answer is no, because I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. How would we play that on Bugsnax? How would we play hide and seek? It's not a multiplayer game. Ooh. Okay. So that was 1 minute 30 seconds. Got it. Oh yeah. Are you talking about the one where it's like we had to guess where it is, and then if it isn't, then you get a point, and then if I don't, I get a point? Something like that. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I remember that now. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something. It's certainly an idea. I don't know if it's something that I would do, but you know, I appreciate the recommendation. Let's see here. How do we feel about the fact that if you have no limit, then you are considered outside of the metrics, aka you're not put on a leaderboard? I remember I already said before where it's like, if you have accessibility options, it feels shitty to have accessibility options on and needing a little bit more time, and then you don't have a comparison. But at the same time, is it just one of those things? Is that just one of those things where we just kind of have to suck it up that it sucks? It's like, it sucks, but it's just, that's just the nature of it. Well, that's kind of cool that you found a spot, Xstar. What should it be? Considered an advantage. Is it? I mean, it is considered an advantage in the sense of it lasts as long as possible. Maybe. Maybe we could do something like he'll have the average amount of time taken. No, that could be abused too. Because we don't want to leave we want to give the options to be able to manipulate certain things in order to give a higher level of manipulation in the game, but we don't. The more we do that, the more likely it's going to be taken advantage of. All right, well, I'll have to check it out once I complete the game, Xstar. And it's considered an advantage, so it's not part of metrics. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel. I know the accessibility option. Let's put it this way. Manipulating the time it takes to answer a question, I think, is important. But it's also one of those things that fundamentally you don't know how much time you need to deliberate on a difficult thing until you are given the difficult thing. So if we give it in the beginning of the game and they're like, hey, as an accessibility option, you either get the normal 1.5 minutes or you can choose none. What would the challenge mode entail? Or you can choose none. I think a lot of people are going to choose none because they don't feel like 1.5 minutes is long enough, even though it could. Not using the phone? Well, how would they be able to move the game forward? The phone is an integral part of the game. 10-second debate times? Oh, so like the challenge mode is kind of the opposite, where it's like instead of 1.5 minutes, you get 10 seconds to decide. That's kind of... okay. I kind of like that, Piranha. Potential challenge ideas? Well, let's see here. Let's add another one. Oh boy, that's white as hell. It's whiter than me. And then let's turn this off real quick so I insert the thing. No, page layout, background. Yes. Boom. Okay. And we're gonna name this one challenge modes. Potential challenge mode options. Decrease deliberation time or decision time. And then we could put like potentially 10 seconds. So you have to think of it really quick. Just like right? Games where the main part of the thing they have to challenge and people beat it before to pile on the pressure. Like once you can get a high score higher than yours. Yeah. Yeah, we could have we can create a challenge mode that allows us to have the things on our end, because like for instance on our end we have the spread, we have the likelihood of the spread, we have all that kind of stuff, and the difficulties of things becoming like we can maybe give them the ability to manipulate that and just be like, cool, now it could literally be anywhere at any time, and the cooldown between the calls are reduced to like 0. And we could do something like that. That could be kind of cool. That's definitely extra. That's definitely not MVP, but that's definitely okay. X-Star. I kind of like what you kind of put out here. I like the idea of the addition of a difficulty, because we already considered like story versus endless mode kind of deal. But the issue with the endless mode is that we only have a certain amount of calls and situations that we can code for, right? It's essentially the main story is an endless mode in a way. Always want to see someone take my little character and make them not theirs, but make them in a style to make Mama Dodo, and then I can change my style. Wouldn't be that cool. I mean, if you want to take Mama Dodo and put it in your style, by all means, I give you permission. Could one collective time be something? What do you mean by collective time? Let's write down the other things we're thinking of. Let's see here. Have player choose difficulty settings for different aspects of the game. It's in just a countdown, essentially. Got you. The countdown, but for what? Is it the countdown for the calls that are coming in? Is it the countdown of how long it will take for it to get to you? What are we thinking as far as countdown? Because we could definitely do decrease the cooldown for incoming calls. increase variability of spread, increase speed of spread. What else could we manipulate? It would be, so we would decrease decision time, right? Potentially 10 seconds. We're gonna add this like over here. Would be like notes. Not sure what I was going with. I kind of like what you were going with, though. I kind of like the idea of, at the very least, I took it as decrease the cooldown of incoming calls is what you were going for. Where it's like, cool, because before, we were going to definitely have a cooldown, right? Where if you get a call and you send things accordingly, if you're just like, boop, 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 I'm going to answer this, and then I'm going to make a decision, and then I go over here and I put the code in, and then I'm like, and I see the things move. There's going to be a cooldown. And that cooldown's going to decrease as the game goes on, because that is the quote unquote coworkers leaving difficulty spikes. Because you get more of the percentage of the calls that are incoming. So assuming you're getting 20 calls a second, not a second, my God, can you imagine? Let's say you're getting 20 calls a minute. You're only taking like 4. I know that sounds like a lot. Let's say 20 calls every 5 minutes. But then a person leaves. So that is, hold on, because I think we did the math before where it was, because it's 1 out of 5 people right now. So if you're taking 20 calls every 5 minutes, that's divided by 5. So you're taking 4 calls every 5 minutes. Got an idea? If you want to stay on call and don't help the person, how about you hear like a loud screech and then the person dies? I know you're gonna hear the repercussions of your actions. I think the phone is probably gonna hang up. I think you gotta hang. Well, actually, now that's do we? I didn't consider whether or not we hang up the phone when we send out the emergency vehicles. In my brain, it auto disconnects, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? It's like, all right, they're on our way, and then it's like, you just hang up? You just hang up the phone and they just gotta have to deal with it? Or do you keep them on the phone? Right? We'll tackle that when the mimics aren't intelligent. They are intelligent, but they're subhuman intelligence. Does that make any sense? So it's like they're smart because the difficulty curve is them getting smarter. They're learning more, right? So so these things mimic, like the really dumb ones don't really understand enough in order to properly put sentences together, but the more difficult ones, the actual smart ones, actually understand what they are saying to a certain degree, right? To a special degree, but not like, but I wouldn't see any of these things as like human intelligence. These things are like, if you slapped chimpanzee intelligence on like the ability of mimicking people's voices on like a parrot, is probably the level of intelligence that I'm thinking of here. So I'm thinking like monkey and or ape intelligence. So they can learn and they can like strategize to a degree. I was thinking about mimics cutting phone line. Well, interestingly enough, the indication of spread on the map is the phone lines being off. They're being disconnected. So I don't think they understand what a phone line is. That would be wild. Because imagine that. That would be crazy for them to know. But I also can see them to be looking at the phone that they're holding and then breaking that, because they know that's the thing that indicates that they're there. So they're just like, break the phone by itself, but not the line that connects to the house. You get what I'm saying? Wait, if a mimic is trying to attack a person, how are the cops going to save them? Because isn't that going to attack the cops too? Yeah, that's why you send more. So the current resource system is, granted, we're going to manipulate that. The resource system is literally the next system that we make, by the way. The resource system is you send it to the appropriate location for what they're asking for. So like a police if it's a violent thing, EMTs if it's someone's hurt, you know, etc. But if you think that it's a mimic, then you send an additional cop. So basically, it's the mindset of, can you outnumber them? And I think that's what we were talking about last time, was how do we avoid the last house scenario? The last house scenario basically is because the whole difficulty curve is that you're getting overwhelmed by the amount of calls that are coming in. However, eventually there's just going to be one house left. And if you have saved enough of your guys by not making mistakes, if there's one house left and a bunch of cops, it doesn't matter what they do. They're not going to be able to overwhelm you. And then now you're at a standoff. And then you don't win the game or lose the game, and it gets boring and frustrating, and it's a problem, right? But what we were thinking of last time was that maybe it's one cop per instance of a mimic. So if there's 2 mimics, then you need to send 3 cops. If it's 3 mimics, then you need 4 cops. You need to outnumber the mimics with cops. And then eventually it'll get to a point where the cops, you don't have enough cops, like the mimics overwhelm them. There's too many mimics. And then now the cops, you send 6 cops, but there are 6 mimics, and then everyone dies. 5 if you make the mimics attack pets. We're gonna get into it more with when we make the what do you call it? Script. Which, by the way, might be my favorite stream. When we get to script talking, I won't shut up. I'm so excited for the script stream. I am going to have them mimic pets. I'm not going to explicitly have them attack dogs and cats, but pets freaking out are an indicator of mimic breaking in, and mimics pretending to be pets are going to be a thing. I am not going to strictly say they've been killing pets and or animals, but I mean, we mentioned this before. There's going to be the hypothetical scenario of a little boy calling 911 because his dad killed his mom because he doesn't understand what's happening. That's a thing that we have considered in the script. Like, some of these situations are going to be a bit messed up, but we can also make sure that like proper warning and indications are given to people who play the game and watch the game that are like, hey, there is some heavy stuff in this game where it's like more than likely some people would be, you know, taking their own lives in this situation, so we need to give a warning with that. There's going to be you know, people screaming probably to some degree. There's definitely going to be gunshots, so we need to give a warning saying like, hey, there are going to be gunshots if you're triggered by gunshots. Like, we're going to have to, we're not going to go down the route of horror strictly by just throwing of the worst things imaginable in here. Like, for instance, sexual violence will not be part of this game. I'm putting my foot down on that now, because it makes no sense. It makes no sense that would be a thing. So we're not adding it. And so like, yeah. And also, like, if that's another reason why I like streaming this as well, especially when we get into the realm of script making. If we cross a line, everyone has different lines at different points. So it's not like I'm going to be like, oh, if anyone has any problem with any of these, I'm not going to do it. But if it's like pretty unanimous of like, hey, that's a bit too far, like y'all kind of holding me back a bit would go a long way, as well as it kind of a bit of a test of like, okay, we're going to be touching that line a bit. Let's make sure that we don't go too far beyond it, where now we're getting into the level of this is just gross. Yeah, not even really a morality test, because this game is a big morality test, is who to save and who not to save, but it's more of a just like you're now getting into the realm of it's being violent for the sake of violent, or it's just scary for the sake of scary. And it doesn't need to be in there, and honestly kind of takes yourself out of it. Because the last thing I want is for people to be playing this game to be scared and then be confronted with something that rips them out of the experience in a really negative way. Like imagine, I know this is too far, so I'm not going to do this, but imagine if we're just like, okay, cool, you're in this horror game and there's mimics, and then you listen to a dog being mauled to death on the phone. How fucked would that be? Like, you just be like, oh god, no, I don't want this. Like so many people would just lean back and just be like, no. I don't want to hear that. You can imply it. There's one of the reasons why. Yeah, I don't want to traumatize my players, basically. We're not going to traumatize people. Right? Yeah. Like that, yeah. That's the thing. I want people to be to have that stress, to feel that pressure, to be questioning, to do that kind of stuff. I don't want to traumatize people. I don't want people to play this game. Boy, I'm trying to make a T rating. I'm trying to get a T rating up in this bitch. You think I'm gonna have like actual animal cruelty sound effect .jpeg? I know that's not a sound effect, but still, it's not MP4 just in the game, just being like, okay, just don't get that ending. Like, that would be so fucked in so many ways. And just, let's put it this way. PETA be after me? Well, PETA, listen, the fact that I'm already an undead dodo they would be coming after me for whatever reason. No, like, I don't want people to be traumatized. I don't want people to be just being like, oh, I know the word I was looking for. I don't want to come off as insensitive. That's the biggest thing. There's a line where it's just like, you're trying to be scary, you're building the pressure, okay, everything's good, and then you do or say something that's just straight insensitive, where you're just like, oh, okay, I'm not scared anymore, I'm just frustrated and mad. And that's that. Are there going to be some, even if we play it safe, there are going to be some people who will have that reaction to this game, and I accept that, and that's fine. You can't please everyone, and I don't want to make a game that pleases everyone, but how about this one thing? You can watch the cops on the cameras. You don't get to watch the cops on the cameras, but we have a two-way radio, and you can hear what happens when the cops arrive at the house. We are doing that. So, because we need a way for you to know how things go down. So, funnily enough, I'm much more fine hearing that the cops end up dying because of a decision you make than I am that innocent people got hurt. On the radio, you listen to the cues. No. The radio was more or less just listening to the results of what happens when you send people over there. The listen to the cues. Ooh. Actually, Piranha Plant, you gave me a good idea. Maybe this is what you were talking about. There's an ad break. We've been flying through these ad breaks. Have these ad breaks been going every 30 seconds? 30 minutes? Because we've been flying through these ad breaks. What the fuck? The idea is, let's see here. Radio? Okay, we'll make another one called the radio. Watch your eyes. It's bright. Oh my god. Cover your eyes. It's so bright. Oh, Jesus. It's okay. I'll save your eyes. There you go. I'm going to make a new one for the radio. There you go. Look at that. Everything's fine. This is the radio section. Section specifically for the two-way radio. So what if, for those that are coming back from the ad break, Piranha Plants gave me a good idea as far as they said that the radio you can listen to has the cues, which wasn't going to be how I'm going to go about it. It was just going to be a way for you to know how things went after you made a decision. But instead, what if there is a radio that you can turn to, like a radio station that you can turn to for clues? Just like this weird radio station that no one knows where it is, and it's just like, it just gives you like, it's just mostly static, but randomly, occasionally, it'll give you hints. That's kind of cool. I might just be in love with the idea now, but we'll see. Do you know what? How about this? You get these, you get those things, but you have to get a high score, like a massive one. I got analog horror about this. If you guys want to make an analog horror about this, you're more than welcome to. You have my permission. Just make sure to cite accordingly, reference accordingly. If you do that, I'm fine with it. It's just gonna put more eyes on this game. Watch, it would be hilarious if like I finish this game and it flops, and then you and Luca make a thing off of this, and it just explodes. It's like, I'm not salty. I'm not salty at all. I'm not grumpy about this. It's totally fine. I'm just gonna go cry. I got an idea for the mimics. Just give them glowing eyes and don't give them a body. I mean, they're definitely gonna have glowing eyes. The only indication, the only thing that I want the player to know about these mimics is their ability to be able to mimic voices and slowly understand what they are talking about. That is it. So I want it very audio based. I want descriptions audio based. I don't want them visually confirmed in any way, if possible. Shots fired, powers out, sector. Kind of like that Piranha, where you just have like gunshots in the background. They're just like, oh god, and then you just hear like the snarl of them coming around, getting ambushed from around the corner, or you hear them stumbling around the house, and then a door slamming, and then heavy breathing as he's trying to gather his strength again, and then you hear on the other side of the door these footsteps, and then the sound of the partner cop that was with him starts wheezing through the door, asking to be let in. Like shit like that, right? Where it's like, it's less violent. I want more psychological horror, less gory, violent horror, right? I don't want to hear their spine being ripped out. Not all the time. Maybe once or twice. We need to give the impression that these things are exceptionally... These people die. This is a small town. Exactly. This ain't Doom. Even though that would be kind of funny. But no, this ain't Doom. So it's more psychological. We want to play with the fact that they can hear the voice, right? We want different voices for enough people, and then play with that, right? We'll win. How fast is SWAT? Where would the SWAT come from? From a town? From a city? The town, like the small towns, are not gonna have SWAT. How long would that take? Who would call? Would they call the SWAT? Would I call the SWAT? Would the 911 operator call the SWAT? Yeah, like you would have to figure it out. Like, the idea here is that this is just a small town being overrun by these things, and then it ends up getting taken over. The last thing we want is to include, like, yeah, and then the CIA comes in on helicopter, and then the president of the United States be like, oh, you haven't seen a thing, and he puts out a little flash, and Men in Black eliminates your brain chemistry, forgetting the whole thing, right? Holding out hostage in a little time not to call the SWAT. Do you know what number is the SWAT number, my guy? How do you think SWATs are called? Do you know what determines a SWAT call? It's not like you put an extra 1 at the end of the 911. Yeah. And then, okay, then where does it go from cops to SWAT? This, honestly, I want you to just assume. I don't want to give any indication where this is located. Just, it's a small town. Yeah, but where would they get it from? Do they just have SWAT on standby? If I'm just in a small town that's just like, oh, we need normal cops, we need all these things, and then also we have a SWAT team. See, I don't think you know. Because well, then again, I don't think I know either. But we're not including SWAT. We're 100%, we're not including SWAT. Even if it's realistic. Even if it's the most realistic thing on the planet. And they're like, hey, every single police force has a highly engineered and trained and equipped SWAT team at any point. Even if that was 100% the case in every place on the planet, I still wouldn't put that in this game. 4K resolution? Why would you need 4K resolution? Wait, do you want this on the Switch or not, X-Star? I ain't putting this on the damn Switch with 4K resolution. That's dressing up a turd. That ain't happening. That ain't happening, man. There's no way. Oy. But we'll see. As far as where I want this to go, by the way, you can put it on the PS6. The thing is, the way that this is made, this is perfect for a touchscreen game. The more and more I set this up, the more I'm just like, bro, actually, like just touching this and then touching that and then making the phone calls and shit and then like hitting the dials on here and then going out. This is a touchscreen game, straight up, through and through. This is made for iPad. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I would have to look at the controller support for FNAF to see how it goes, but also FNAF has less shit going on than what I do. Not that I'm saying mine is better, it's not. But I'm saying that I have to keep in mind for which button goes to which one, and then especially if we're gonna move forward with the idea that on the receipts you can write your own notes. Trying to write your own notes on controller is cursed as hell. Sure, X-Star, you got it. That's not gonna happen. No thank you. But you know what? Maybe I'll make it a sub goal. Maybe I'll make it a sub goal where it's like if I get 100 subs, then I'll do Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night All 20. All right. Is it Markiplier? Because I'm pretty sure he completed it on YouTube. They are? Interesting. Well, this ain't a big city, so maybe it'll be like... Interesting. Well, that's large. This is small. I guess if we could potentially send out a thing, maybe near the beginning of the game, we can say like we the 911 operator sent out like a SOS to the nearest big city, being like, hey, please send SWAT. We are being taken over by some really fucked up shit. And then they don't arrive until the end of the game. Should we do something like that? Call by police stations, but only for specific high-risk situations. Okay. Because we could do something like that, where it's like we try to make the call, and then we manage to get through, let them know what happened, and then it gets disconnected for whatever reason. Like you don't know if they took it seriously or not, or anything like that, and then at the end of the game they show up, and you survive. Because at the end of the game you show up, or you survive. You're the last one who lives, but or at least I want to give the impression that you live. Right? Because these things want to it, right? So I guess we could do that. If the realistic response to a small town is like Parasite. I don't remember that in Parasite. Maybe it's been a hot minute since I've seen Parasite. Daco? What is Daco? Parasite I've seen. Obviously, I'm not getting the reference there. But I haven't heard of Daco. Interestingly enough. So, potential SWAT. Let's see here. Maybe not development roadmap. Should we things to keep an eye on, maybe? Let's go ahead and do this again. I wish we could apply it to everything, but whatever. And then page layout, background. So is it that weird? Is it? I'm old as hell. I don't know a lot of things. Start of it before anyone knew was what happening, only just isolated areas of the parasites not bonding correctly. Oh! I was thinking of the live action movie Parasite with the guy living in another house, their like neighbor's house. You know what I'm talking about? And he's like hiding in the basement and shit. That's where I was thinking. And I was just like, what? Yeah. Yeah, you're thinking of Parasite. You're that's different. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. I have to rewatch it. That was happening only in the isolated areas, parasites not bonding correctly. Yeah. So it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that where it's like it's very isolated. No one has really put two and two together. I don't want to give the impression that there's like a larger organization involved. I don't want to give the impression that even like the government is in charge of it or trying to cover it up. That's not the kind of horror I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make spooky creature in the woods is going to kill everyone vibes, not SCP Foundation vibes. Do you know what for promotional things? What? Okay, so we were considering potentially have SWAT be called in the beginning of the game, and then they show up at the end of the game. You know, you can do like a news broadcast that would be like the game, but in real life. Oh, for like a promotion for like advertising. We could do that. I mean, there's already going to be a news broadcast in the game, so we would just need to alter it slightly to make it, or literally put one of the broadcasts that's already in the game as a thing. I don't think after the first encounter. I think they would try to solve the problem first, and then shit gets real quick. I would say maybe have them called after the first police death. Nope, first emergency personnel death. They would probably call when you're like, let me put it this way. As far as escalations of a response go, you're like, okay, shit's getting weird. People are being out there. Someone's killing people out there. You send your cops. You send your people to handle the situation. It's only when they can't handle the situation anymore that you then escalate to call, like put out an SOS to nearby cities that have SWAT teams to please send a SWAT team ASAP because there is a situation that is beyond our control. That's what would happen. Like warning everyone to keep a weapon next to them, stay hidden in your closet, or hide anywhere. Well, honestly, Xstar, I think I would take that a little further. I would probably say, because in the game, the broadcast is made in the sense of like trying to tell people to stay inside. Pretty much exactly what you said, right? You stay inside, keep a weapon next to you, don't trust anyone on the other side, etc. But then there's a second version that happens if you lose this location. If you lose this location, the broadcast area, the mimics will start broadcasting. The video won't be there anymore, but it will be his voice. telling people to trust people outside the door and trust your neighbor, or things have like it will give people false information that then people will then act or go against depending on their personality traits, right? Because there's two sides to that coin. You have the stubborn old man that doesn't believe everything on the news, who won't listen to the newscaster telling him to be safe, but will also not listen to the broadcaster when the broadcaster tells him to trust everybody. And he's like, well, now he's telling me to trust everybody. Now I'm not gonna. Right? So you have people that go align with the broadcaster and people who do the opposite of what the broadcaster says, because people are weird. Switching private with SWAT would be considered an act of terrorism. Yeah. If anything, they would probably, if I were to guess, I would say the assumption of the situation would be adjacent to a violent cult. I think that's probably the closest they would associate it to, is that you have these people that are breaking into houses for religious reasons and causing violence. I think that's my interpretation of it, because I feel like terrorism would give the impression of weapons and or guns being involved. Like, terrorism to me is like they're taking hostages and demanding things from other people, right? You would use it for leverage for terrorism. The intention for terrorism, thus the name, is the intention of causing as much fear as possible. It's using fear as a way of leverage over people. But if the whole thing is everyone's dying and everyone is being killed, and they're trying to trick people into like getting to other people killed, and it's just death, indiscriminate death, that's not really a terrorism thing. That's more just that's like a weird, there's something wrong with them thing. And I think people would jump to cult. Do you know what you actually should do? You should make a story mode and free play mode. So basically you do the story and then you can challenge or challenges and go infinite. Well, that's the thing. As far as the infinite mode / story mode and stuff, for the most part, the story mode should be infinite for the most part. Like, you last as long as possible. I don't know what the difference between infinite mode and story mode would be, except maybe variance. I think if anything, as far as the challenge modes that we were talking about, is like you have story mode and then you have challenge mode that you can manipulate the settings yourself and play a different version of the game that you want to play. Right? I think that might be the closest thing, because this is essentially infinite. Because if we go into the realm of, oh, now you can go infinite amount of time as possible, we would have to scale things in a particular way to like make certain things easier and timing different to allow there to be a situation that you would go infinite. Because as far as the way that we are going to set up this game, we're trying to avoid infinite. We're trying to avoid a win state, and we're trying to avoid an infinite state. We want a state where you lose. That's the goal, but you just try to last as long as possible. I mean, like, you can have a story, we can go on for infinite, where there's not a story that could be told except for death and other stuff, because most other horror games have a story because they need to tell you what is happening or this and that. I get what you're saying, X-Star, but because that I want these situations to be so intrinsic as far as like how these things spread and how they interact with each other and how like certain relationships and stuff like that, that's so much going to be part of an integral part of the way that they are going to be designed, that the story is part of the mechanics of the game. How one person reacts is how we're going to put that data on there, right? Like, it's going to be, if this person hates this neighbor and this person sees that someone's going to break into that house, he goes and unlocks the door so he goes in quickly, this person won't get a 911 thing, right? I know a way to go better into how about you do one night that is normal and basically the next night is all that shit's happening. No, This is all one night, my guy. There's no multi-night situation. This is all one night. The longest night of your life. They ain't a multi-step thing. There's a slight tutorial in the beginning, and the spread of everything here is all the decisions. What I mean is that it's like you just start out last night. Oh, no. Because otherwise it makes no sense why they wouldn't, the person on this computer would not be supervised. That's why I'm doing someone who works here who got hurt in an accident in an unknown location gets brought back after a long time of being at the hospital. It's a person who is familiar with this setting but needs a refresher. So then your tutorial is a lot less of you're a new person that needs everything spelled out to you, and more of here's a reminder of what everything does again. You're off on the races because you are now reminded what you need to do. Versus a new person would not be given the reins so damn quickly of being like, hey, yeah, no, you're totally good to go. So no, we're not going to do that way. Damn, I need water. How long before our next break? Let's see here. Our next one is really, why doesn't it save this? Edit layout. Let me look at the damn ads. Not even ads manager. It is the maybe it is ads manager. Yeah, it is. 6 minutes. Yeah, I could wait that long. All right. So, well, you should have it start off calm at the start, and then you get straight into the horror. Oh, there's gonna be a thing with it. There's gonna be a nice like for instance. So in the beginning, you'll get like a tutorial of how to send things accordingly, and then the first house gets taken over, and it's an automatic tier 1. It's a tier 1 difficulty, super easy to tell that things are being weird. You get the heebie-jeebies, and then it starts spreading with a slight variability and increase in difficulty, and then it just spreads out from there. Yeah. So you will have an introduction, and then you have a slight introduction as far as how to go about it, and then after that, it's just a learning experience. You just learn. I also kind of like the idea. I don't know. It has a different feel to it, doesn't it? The feeling of waiting, trying to survive until the end of the night was the original goal of the game, right? You try to save as many people as possible. You're trying to save as many as possible, and you stay there to try to do that, right? However, with the introduction of maybe the SWAT getting called, at that point, you're just trying to keep everyone alive until SWAT arrives, which is interesting. That has a different feel to it. That makes me feel, at the very least, that you would dig your heels into the ground more, because it's not a hopeless situation. It's a situation where you're trying to just dig your heels into the ground and last as long as possible until help arrives. It's a last stand feeling versus a no hope in sight feeling, which is different and interesting. The SWAT thing might be a good add to the story. It adds more oomph to it. Like, help is coming, don't you worry. And that also adds like people leaving a little more to it, right? Because when people leave and they're like, hey, don't, it's like it's not helpless. People like, SWAT is coming, and then the argument is like, SWAT isn't coming. If they were coming, they would have responded by now. They would be here by now, but they're not here. Why aren't they here? Like, you have a lot more opportunities of those kind of discussions versus like, it's hopeless. There's no, like, what could we possibly do? And instead it's like, we just need to last as long as possible before they get there. and I think that's kind of cool. You have to keep them all safe, and if you don't, you have an Efron. If you keep everyone safe, all the cops live, and you get S+, right? No, that involves a win condition, my guy. We're avoiding that. We ain't gonna have a win con. No, there is no situation in which this is all they're gonna live. Everyone's gonna die. If we're gonna want to go in the direction where everyone lives, we have to completely change how we're gonna approach things. Instead of a slow decrease into madness, it's going to be just last as long as you can. I'm at least right now, I prefer the slow descent into madness approach. I feel it's more impactful and less utilized, I think. People don't usually go about that route very often, and I think it's going to be refreshing. But yeah, no, SWAT makes sense. I kind of like it. When we make the script, we'll SWAT. We're gonna re-look at this and see if we want to add that to the story to give it a little more oomph if we need to. Well, at that point, we're leaning away from an MVP, which is minimum viable product, by the way. At that point, we're getting content creep, which is where you never actually finish a game because you want to keep on adding more and more and more stuff to it, and we want to be careful with that. That might be a good DLC later on, but in the original, let's see here. So the radio, as far as turn on the radio for clues, I like the idea, but I'm liking it less and less as time goes on. Challenge modes, broadcast system. Sure, the broadcast is not manipulated. People receive false information. Let's change this real quick, so I don't blind you. Let's do background, and then there we go. Sure, if you want. Put it into spooky art. Spread the mimics will intensify. It's not going to be an official trailer, but I'm always going to be supportive of fan-made content. If people have receive false information, we also want certain people will not listen to the broadcast via good or bad. Okay, ad break. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. Sorry about that. I also need to run to the bathroom because somebody made me drink a lot of water. Shots of the game, like going across the floor or like the chair with the monitor on. Blame what on anyone? Oh. All right. So. Oh, I can't imagine. Or are you really asking? All right, let's see here. Certain people not listen to podcasts via good or bad. Now. I mean, now, yeah, you are. But before, I think it was Starbeast. It was you or Starbeast, I forget. Made me drink like 5 times in a row. Hydrate. Piranha did not make me hydrate 5 times in a row. I think it was Starbeast. Starbeast was here in the beginning. Oh yeah. I mean, people will pop in, pop out. You know, it's fine. I guess today was just a lighter day, right? Damn you. Okay, there. Certain people not listening to broadcasts via good. All right, we have the radio, we have challenge mode. So as far as the spread goes, that's the emergency shutdown, which I'm still not 100% on, really. As far as we were talking about, the 1.5 minutes to make a decision once the phone is answered, and then is considered an advantage if you turn it off. I think we don't need to make that decision right now. I think it will be okay if we just did the 1.5 minutes. So we're gonna move forward with these being like all these different houses being connected in different ways, and just being like that. I don't know. I honestly, like, usually we're pretty okay with people right about now, so I don't know. I don't know what it is. I guess today is busy for a lot of people. It is Tuesday. I'm trying to think if maybe there's like another big streamer happening right now that's kind of like got everyone's attention. I don't know. Or maybe game dev is just that boring. Yeah, I don't know. I can tell that you're not British. Why do you say that? I'm curious as to, besides my accent, which is obviously not a British accent, I suppose. Or was it a specific word that I said? Where there's a colloquialism utilizing for utilizing for some that would have been an alternate Tuesday, not Tuesday. Yeah, well, there you go. I didn't even know that was a thing. All right, so everything's going to be connected as for all the different options. I guess that would mean that the challenge mode, we wouldn't do increased variability of the spread. Because if we increase the variability of the spread, then like it wouldn't be the hard decisions as far as which one it goes to which one, it would be different, right? But how should we divvy them up? You don't like the player made decisions on how the challenges go? So are we taking the FNAF 2020 approach, or are we taking the Binding of Isaac approach? You can make them too. Oh, got you. I mean, maybe. Maybe we make a different challenge mode that does have the increased variability of the spread, but not part of the like custom make your own one. We could do that. Okay. So, what about randomizer for a challenge? Randomizer to what extent? What are we randomizing? Oh, that's right. That was the infinite one that y'all were mentioning before. The infinite one was the trying to decide between if we want consistency or as far as like the houses and the people living there. I mean, we could. I think I would rather have like the player being able to choose, or we just have a little random button so that the player doesn't have to choose. Well, that's the variety of spread, was that essentially you would go over here. If the variety of spread is all the way up, that means it could be here, and then it could go here, and then it could go here, and then it can go here. Like there's no rhyme or reason as far as where they're linked to anymore. That's what I mean by variability, which is essentially random spots if you turn it all the way up. But I think the infinite version, so like if we just throw an infinite mode here, it would be people are no longer specific to their location. So what I mean by that is that the way that I have this game set up currently is every house has like a specific family and people in it as things move on. And then, so then as you play the game, you kind of learn a little bit more as far as what to look out for tier 5 difficulty things, because that's the only way to really know about it, is to get the lore from it. And then as you play the game more and more, the tier 5s get easier and easier because you start learning about the backgrounds of the people who live there, right? So infinite mode was kind of the solution to that, where it was no longer in that specific spot, and instead you could only go off of the lore that you were given that session, because you can't pass it on to the next session because it's different every time. That's what that was. Usually the not bars, you click on the button, choose the challenge. So like something I haven't thought of anything. Okay, gotcha. All right, so I think we are now at a place that we can try to make the code for the imposter spread. And what I'm thinking is this: as far as the indication of the imposter spread, I want something to turn, I want a house to turn red. You and me both, X-Star. I want the house to turn red. So if it spreads, it turns red, right? And then we'll just have a button to push for now, as far as like spread to one, spread to another, spread to another, spread to another, and to see how it moves along the map. And then we do that enough times to play test like how it's spreading, if we need to adjust the spread, etc. And then we'll go from there to then make a timer associated with it, and then like the entering of another one at a different point in time, where that would be located. If I imagine it's going to be one of the edge cases here, because we also need to make sure that you're saying that the mimics were going into the cultist approach. No, I am saying that the that the SWAT is going to think that this is a attack from a cult. As far as the because they're not going to believe that mimics monsters are coming out of the woods, which is what's happening. But what would be the closest thing in their training approach that would be monsters are coming out of the woods and killing people and pretending to be people? In my brain, it's cults. They would believe that cultists are killing people in their homes and trying to trick the 911 operator into thinking that they're a monster or that they're the people there that live in that house, right? They won't think that that's not a person. They would never think that that's not a person, right? It's just not realistic. So like they'll highlight red as it goes on, and then we'll need to code so that they go towards the choices. But then you have situations in which you will circle. It will just kind of like circle and then go about in a different way. Some of the games is pretty brutal. Well, I mean, if they're too brutal, I'm not going to play them, but I'll screen them. We want to try to avoid where we have little spots that don't go in. But what we could also do is kind of like put like if you're trapped, X happens. If there are no options available, then go to like the nearest. It will just take like the global coordinate or something like that, and then go about it that way. I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, then I kind of want to go back to the original idea of doing like percentage based on proximity and just make it much more heavily weighted. Or maybe I can have like resistance, where every location has a quote-unquote resistant threshold, where they, as long as this is alive, they have a higher resistance not to be chosen. So it's kind of like damage values versus armor values in games. I say is do your research on the games, because I know these games and I haven't seen them fully except for some of them. Gotcha. Well, I will. And I appreciate the heads up. I don't know how I feel about you recommending games that you're not 100% sure of, though. X-Star. If you recommend them, you should do your research. I think the only way. I know them seen a little bit, and even then I backed out of them to see other videos because it's the middle of the night and I didn't want to have nightmares. That's fair. That's fair. How late is it for you right now, X-Star? Hopefully not too late. Let's see here. It's not late at all. We're on the same time period. What are you talking about? It's in the middle of the night. What do you mean? The sun's still out. If you said AM, oh, when it is. Oh, fair. Especially since we're probably gonna be starting at 12 o'clock midnight through the night, then the following day. That's gonna be a crazy fucking day. And not another one. It's not like it's over. Ugh. Excuse me. All right. Done that. Let's do. Should we do proximity? damn it, I just need to make a decision. Hey, Luca, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. You made it just in time. And by just in time as in plenty of time. How's your day so far? Hopefully your day is doing well. Cool. Hopefully you had a good day at school. We're currently took a while to get home. Oh no. Hopefully everything's okay. We're going through the imposter system. No, I think we're essentially at a stage where we're gonna actually start writing the code now. So, yeah, we want to have something turn red when it spreads. We're gonna have every house linked to a different house. Do we want... I keep going back and forth. Ugh. So, I'm currently at a crossroads. So, here's the map. I'm at a crossroads of trying to make a decision here. So, the way that the spread works is that it starts here, and there's one direction that we can go. We can go where every house and location has a hardwired option of what it could then go to. So if you're this house, it can go here, here, or here. And if you're in this house, it can go here, 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 or here, right? And it will spread out through that way, where it would just kind of chain and go around, and then all the houses would be taken care of. Or we can have it so that there's this house here, and then instead of being a direct, being like, oh, it has to be these houses, and instead it's anything within proximity. So if it's like a 60% of everything in here, and then a 30% of anything in here, and then a 10% of anything in here, right? That's just an example. It could be just like completely different. Yeah, so a pattern, right? It's like, how do we want the logic to work? Do we want it so it's based on proximity, and there's a chance based of it happening? Because that can get messy. As far as like, because there's locations that we want not all locations to be the same weight, like strategically. So like if you lose the school, for example, there is like, then they have access to all these locations in this spot. Whereas if they got like here, they can only have like one option, or here they only have like another option, right? So because of the proximity, I wasn't sure how I would go about the weight of the spread. I would say maybe whenever they attack the next house, more doubles appear since infection. No, I don't want to give the impression that they are turning these people into mimics. They're essentially the impression of one in the beginning. I want there to be an impression that there is multiple that they do spawn later as the game goes on. They will just kind of pop up. That's not like directly connected, but I also don't want to give the impression that you know exactly how many there are. At a certain point, you'd be like, oh, there's definitely more than one of these things, but you're never really fully sure how many there are, right? We want to give the ambiguity of, oh, I can't just trust that just because it's the next in the chain, or not next in the chain, that it automatically means that it's a false flag, like a red herring, right? You can't hear them, but you can hear it from the cops, from the guy crying. I think there's going to be a good amount of like insinuated bad things happening X-Star. That's, we would have to be very careful with it. You have enough for an outfit idea? Ooh, what are you thinking? What you considering? I'm interested in your thoughts on the matter. Hey, let's go. One shot outfit. All right. Putting up a notepad. One-shot outfit. Okay. Oh, let's open stream notes. Oop. One-shot outfit. Okay. That is on my list. Now, in particular, Luca. And what's the question, X-Star? As far as one-shot outfit, it's like I can send a reference for what I mean. Yeah. Send me a reference. Because I don't want to draw it and then you're just like, not like that. So give me a reference as far as, do you want it like in the style of one shot? Do you want her kind of like dressed up as a character in one shot? What do you feel with it? So yeah, the more reference that you can give to me so that we can get it right on the first try, the better. Why aren't the cops just bringing them to the police station? Because when the cops see them, they open fire because these things are very scary. So they open fire and then the thing escapes because these things don't die the entire game. They run. They get fired at and then they run and they move on to the next house. Who's to say they... X-Star, I didn't say they look like people. They don't look like people. I don't want to give the impression what they look like, but they don't look like people. That's like saying, like, oh, why did they open fire on a bear in a house? It's like, because it's a fucking bear in a house. Talking about the people, why would they take them to the police station? Why wouldn't they take the civilian to the police station? Why would they take them to the police station? They're not being arrested. They didn't do anything wrong. Do you mean like for safety? It's like, hey, someone, like, as far as I'm aware, if someone gets their house broken into, they don't bring that person to the police station, the one that their house got broken into. They ask questions then and there, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's look it up. What happens when your house gets broken into? As soon as you and your family are in a safe place outside your home, not call 911, police will come to your house, do an investigation, ensure the thief isn't there. They will ask you to do your best to create a list of missing items to report accordingly. Hold on, let's look. Call your insurance agents to fill. Take steps to prevent future break-ins. Call the police. Take inventory. Call your insurance to get a claim. Take steps to prevent. Yeah, they don't take you in, my guy. Why would they interrogate you, the person that their house got broken into? That makes no sense. They would just ask the information while they're at your house. They wouldn't take you back. Like, you didn't murder somebody. If you murdered somebody, yeah, they would take you in because you killed somebody. But if you just got your house broken into and they saw this thing run out of the building, they're not going to be like, you, how did you do that? If there's dead bodies in the house and the one person is left, why don't they just take him in and see if he's okay? I think you're overthinking it. I think you're overthinking it a bit. I don't think the police would take them in. One, this is a crazy ass night. I don't even think they have time to process things accordingly. I think this is their fifth house, right? This is a game about audio mimics, X-Star. I didn't say these things look like people. It's not like they're going through like the thing in the movie and they're just like, okay, time to test your blood, because when you hit the blood with the hot iron, they start jumping. It's like, nah, these things don't look like people. I'm not telling you what they look like, but they don't look like people. So it's not like, oh, this is definitely just a guy that's pretending to was wearing skin of another guy. Even though that would be kind of dope as hell. But like, these cops, this is the 5th house that they've been at that night. They're like, bro, we're already on another call to save another house as we speak. Are you okay? Cool. Tag out. Let's go. All right. You know what, Starbeast? You and this damn spinach. You and this damn spinach, Starbeast. I already had to go to the bathroom earlier because you made me. Okay. Got. No, me and spinach. Yeah, I'm not seeing that they would be taken back. Okay. But yeah, that's the problem that I'm currently having, is how do I want the logic to happen? Do I want it proximity where it's chance based? Or do I want to make it so it's only very specific places that they would go to? Really specific places has the problem of being too predictable, whereas the proximity could have the problem of the opposite, where it's too chaotic and not predictable enough. So I'm having difficulty trying to choose. I don't know, man. I don't know. We do need to fix this little bug too. The fact that it's like not on the bottom of the window all the time is just really funny to me. It's just floating. Yeah, she did. Because it's this outfit is brand new, so you get a discount for now. I'm thinking new things added will be discounted for like the first week, and then it'll go back up to normal price, so people get to kind of see the new stuff quicker and easier. So it's a little discount. I don't know what that would be, like 40%, I think. 40% discount? What is 150 of 250? Or what's 100 of 250? Like 75? I don't know. You know what I remember? New Super Mario, it's more like 2011. Damn. Just sent the reference. Okay, cool. I will check it out at the end of stream. Speaking at the end of stream, Starbeast, I believe I owe you something, don't I? In the post your art? Right? Three different art? Shit. Because I forgot it twice, isn't it? All right. Hey, I remembered now. So get 2 art ready. Or do you just... Okay, you know what? We'll show the one now. We'll show the one now, and then I owe you 2 more. Okay? So... This is it. Look at it. It's so cute. It's so cute. I love the xenomorph. I love it. I love it. It is this in the style of Cult of the Lamb? Because it feels like I could see this in Cult of the Lamb. I love it. Good job. All right. That's 1 out of the 3. Just a cartoon? Well, you did a very good job. I think you did good. And I'm seeing the reference now, Luca. Oh, we could totally do it. You even did it kind of in a dodo way, too. Good job. You know what? Hold on. Let's not count it real quick. Oop, oop. Because the why does it do that? Because the commercials were on. There we go. There's Starbeat's art. Beautiful, wonderful xenomorph. Amazing. Okay. And then we will look. I see Luca's reference for the outfit, and I will get working on that. Give me about like a week. Can I eat the art? If you want, I give you permission. Your friend eats your art all the time. Why and how and also why? Is your friend like a hamster? Or a bird? I'm trying to think of a goat. Ooh, a goat is a good one. I'm trying to think of animals that would eat art. Whenever I show her my art on Discord, she says she eats it. Oh, that's really cute. In other words, you have my blanket permission to share any of my art to people that you think would enjoy my art, including those. Including the one that I will make for this. Hey, Georgie. How you doing? You posted the second. Okay, let me see. Ooh, did you color this yourself? Hold up. You did not color this yourself. I refuse. I refuse to believe you did this. Did you? Look at that. There's no way. Bro. Answer the damn question, Starbeast. Did you color this yourself? This is so good. This coloring is so good. Oh god. I was like, bro, legitimately, if you said yes, Starbeast, I was gonna ask you for tips on shading. Like, this is so good. All right, let me know when you get the third one. If you want to wait, you can let me know the next one, but it doesn't stack anymore. I showed the things that I can show. No more stacking. Okay. All right, so let us try to at least attempt to... I like how I have all these. They don't do anything. This doesn't do anything. Posted the final one. Oh, okay, excellent. Let's do the last one. Ooh, which one's this one? I like him. I like the tongue. Like, nah. I like it. Okay. Yeah. Something tells me that you like Alien. Excellent. I have such good artists in my community. Good. Well, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your art with us. Making a PNG avatar? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Go for it. Okay. So this, we are going to need... Oh, you ate it in Discord. Let's go ahead and we are going to go ahead into a new script. We are going to do it in the viewport. So all of our stuff. Posture check. All right. Oh, I'm stretching. We're good. I'm on a standing desk, so We are signed, but you know what? You know what I'll do? I might switch posture check to a stretch. No, we already do a stretch. We'll do, I don't even know. I feel like my posture's fine because I have to at a standing desk. All right, hydrating. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll make it so that when you redeem those, it'll put something in chat. Because the notifications were a little intrusive before. So I turned them off, but now nothing is happening. So now I'm like, people are like, why is he just drinking water and stretching randomly and eating spinach for no reason? Oh gosh. So I'll do like a little insert Mama Dodo check thing. Where it's like, Mama Dodo says to check your posture, or Mama Dodo says to drink water. I've just found X Stars. It looks amazing. X Stars art. Really? Team E spinach, you son of a. I'm gonna turn that off. I swear. Damn it. Root beer is not the best soda. I disagree. Lemon lime all the way. Any variants of lemon lime. Sprite, 7-Up. Can't think of any other versions. Ginger ale is a close second, though. Go for it. Draw Dodo. Bring more of my brethren. Okay, so okay, we have Sprite 2D, pathfinding, screen, sub viewport. That's fair by telling me about it. That's fair. I did really bring it on myself, didn't I? Go for it. Make a Xeno Dodo. You just need more practice, X-Star. What, you think I was amazing at drawing birds from the get-go? Hell no. I think the original Mama Dodo took me 4 days to get down. Something like that. Yeah, Mama Dodo doesn't really got a whole lot of neck. But it's like one of those weird things where the neck kind of like... The neck is there, but it's under all the fluff. So it looks like they don't have a neck, but they do. It's weird. It's a weird bird thing. And if you give Mama Dodo a neck, it kind of looks like she's like a swan. You know? The bottom of the eyes go so skinny tall. Yeah. Let's do another. We'll do sub viewport. We'll add a script here. No default. Having the script name the same built in. Okay. So with this. Because if we go to the 2D space, maybe the 3D space? No. Go for it, Star Beast. What do you mean? And the body, the eyes go skinny to ball. That's what you just said. What do you mean? Don't gaslight me. I'm literally reading it. I see it on stream. And then, is there really no way to know? Okay, let's see here. What happens if I do... That's the viewport. Sub viewport. That's the map. Screen. Path follow. Background. Pathfinding. Yeah, so there's that. There's a sprite 2D. Resources. It's animated. Where's our viewport? Do I hate spinach? I like spinach, but I usually put it in shakes. I don't usually put it on, you know, I don't eat raw spinach just off the rip. I'm trying to eat more like salad stuff though, so I'm gonna be trying a okay. Be right back. Well, more spinach for me, I guess. So no, I don't hate it, but it's a lot of nothing. Honestly, it's more painful that I just have to keep on walking back and forth every time. Joe, your fault, Georgie. So like, where is it? Viewports. Why doesn't it show up on here exactly? Because we go to last map. This is good, right? How do we? Because there's this, which is fine. This is what we want. This is exactly what we need. And then I don't remember this one. Okay, let's just go back to the script. So what we want is the ability. It kind of does look like an upgrading tree, doesn't it? Let's look. Where is it? Pathfinding. Nope. Navigation. Yeah, because these are all the roads. This would allows the movement of the resources. I don't think y'all were here for that. At one point, it was a point and click. So in order to go to the house, I was having you like click where the house was, and then it would travel on the roads to that location. It's still gonna move, but now it's gonna go, instead of clicking, it's gonna go when you hit the right buttons on the numpad, and then it'll just go automatically. Tell me you play Path of Exile without telling me you play Path of Exile. Okay. Alright. We're going to go back to script. So we want to make it so it's like on left click. What about 911 intercepting with a minute? 911 intercepting with the mimics. What do you mean? Who is my family? Right now, the family is Mama Dodo, Sylvester, who is a Hydra cat, and the oldest friend from childhood, who is a sauropod. And the three of us live together. That is my family. At the moment. Is that a satisfying answer? Like on the way to the house and back from one? Good. I'm glad it is. By the way, I did add a couple sections in Discord. I don't know if y'all saw it or not. I added an idealist section for those that like the lore and character of idealist, the stream persona person. And there is a lore section in there for the new section. So if you want to, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, go ahead and click on that for the new role. I think I added that a few nights ago. I forgot to tell y'all. Sorry about that. Keep an eye out for the new role stuff, though. Mama Toto is an alien. Oh, are you writing my lore now? But yeah, no. That was a good question, by the way, Georgie. It honestly made me think for a little bit too. I was like, how am I going to put this? Let's see here. Function ready. Let's look. Oh, let's rename you. Subview. That's scripts. Get over here. Viewport, rename. We're going to rename this one. Have I shown y'all Sylvester before? Lore drop button is I give you a lore drop. So it's a lore. I think the last lore drop that I gave y'all was Idealist was a teacher before the war. That was the lore drop. So I think technically what I gave you, Georgie, was a lore drop, but I think I mixed it up. Yeah. And then I believe I answered that question as well. I think the follow-up, I think the question, the lore question is like clarification. It's 3 questions as a clarification for the lore drops that I've given. It's kind of like, hey, what did you mean by this? And I'm like, oh, okay, I can tell you a little more. Right. The points on the lore question. So you could think lore question is kind of like a snack and a lore drop is a meal. A lore drop makes you have more questions. Well, also, for the most part, lore drop is 1 for every week. So there isn't a whole lot of those. Wait, is it every week? I might do it once a day, now that I think about it. I think I did do it once a day. Never mind. Lore drop is once a day, and then lore question is 3 times a day. So you can ask for clarification after a drop. Who's Mama Dodo? Mama 2? Y'all. Y'all are Mama Dodo's kids. You son of Star Beast. I'm gonna eat you next. You keep on using that spinach. I don't like how willing you were about being eaten. I know, right? But, like, I mean, I did that, but y'all like it when I walk away from stream. I don't know why, but you do. You like the fact that I have to leave to eat spinach. I think it's part of the joy for you. I don't understand it, but it's just from an observation from my end. You like me walking away. Yeah, I'm the kitchen's across the way. So it's like, I'm kind of like in the living room, and then there's the kitchen that's just like across a bit. We want you to be strong. You must eat your veggies. Be strong for mother. Pie. Oh god, I'm not gonna eat canned spinach. Gross as hell. My mom, I grew up with my mom boiling spinach. It was the worst. So gross. Because it's swamp water. I don't know if you've ever smelled boiled spinach before, but I've also lived in a swamp before, and it's the same damn smell. You can't convince me otherwise. It's the same damn thing. I didn't even know that, like, spinach actually came in palatable forms until I was in college. When I worked in the deli in the cafeteria while I was there. And then I was just like, what are these green leaf things? And they're like, bro, that's spinach. And I'm like, what? It can actually come into normal fucking leaves? And then I tried it and it didn't taste like anything. And it's like, wait, you mean I can put vegetables on my stuff and it doesn't taste like bitter, gross nonsense? It could just be leaves? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, my God. Y'all in your food issues. I mean, if there was anything that my community would probably be known for, it probably would be food issues, knowing my ass and my rice texture problems. Of course, that seems to be the theme. Gosh. I don't even think it's worth trying to code at the moment. We don't got not enough time for that. You just said you would eat me. Yeah, but that's out of rage, not out of hunger. All right, let's at least name it. Instead of sub viewport, we'll name it imposter spread. There we go. What's up, George? Hit the spinach. No. No. Do not. Do not. Don't you want to save up your points to do like Mama Doda outfit or emo recommendations? You wanna do that, you know? Save up for that, or you know, some commands or anything like that? Please. Have mercy. No. Yet nothing's happening. I won't eat the greens today. You already had me eat, I think, like 5 spinach is? Oh, okay, well. There's that. Alright, well, I'm gonna go get more, I guess. I have a feeling I should grab a couple. I have a feeling I need to just grab a couple more. No. That means y'all won. Make more spinach. You know what I should do? I should be making my fruit shake before stream, and then technically it counts because there's spinach in it. And then I just eat that. Think smarter, not harder. I didn't say that. Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't say they had to be plants. No, no, it totally does. It's a whole handful of spinach in there. No. Don't give me that. It totally counts. Damn it. It's a shake. You eat it. You eat a shake. You don't drink a shake, depending on the thickness. Yeah, you're not wrong. So if I blended like an entire pound of spinach into a gross green mass, and I took a bit of that, it's not solid shake, but it's like I chew it a little. For one? There's so much more spinach than one spinach. I get more spinach in that one shake than I do with an entire stream with y'all. Like, bro. Whatever. Hello again, Luca. They're bullying me with spinach. Drink 3 of them. Like 3 cups? These are big cups. Like, what unit of measurement are we talking here? Are we talking grams? I am being healthy. I am being healthy. I at least I try. I had green beans. I had roasted green beans for lunch today. And some leftover chicken. Chicken breasts. Kilograms. Jesus. And I'm going to have a healthy shake later today. Which, my healthy shakes have banana, like a handful of spinach, like a big handful of spinach. And fruit, blueberries, strawberries, bananas, some seeds. That ain't Mama Dodo. That's like saying you're a monkey. They're different. She's fine with it. Plus, she's dead. She knows I gotta eat. If you're gonna eat chicken, you're going to have to blend that and eat your spinach. No. Well, I also add milk, which is why I don't do pineapple or mango, because that doesn't go well with milk. So there's still... So? Haha, ads. Saves me. Saves me from the bullying. Gross X-Star. No. I don't... Listen, I may have an abysmal taste in food, but I don't commit food crimes. Alright? 3 people or so. Just George. George is like, no! I'm the only one! Son of a... Hurry, give George a sub so he could be saved. Save him from the ads. All of you are just like, what? Starbees, you already followed me. Why are you following me again? What? What are you? I got the bones in STEAM class one day, and a few years ago, I was dissecting owl pellets. Yeah. I'm too poor. Sarbees, why did you end up following me? Did you unfollow and follow again? What was that? You never got to be the 100th one, by the way. I know you're disappointed with that. I'm too poor, so I followed you again. Wait, what? Haha, you thought. Well, if you're gonna... I was the 100th one. Were you? Are you sure? Because it didn't happen. You were number 98, and then while I was offline, I got 100. Were you just eyeing it the whole time? I was in the darkness. Batman. Alright. Well, I don't want to put some pressure on y'all, but it's 6 o'clock. So, thank y'all for joining me here today. And hopefully y'all had fun. Hopefully y'all had a good time. Aha! I had spinach in my hand, ready to go. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna make this fast. Then I'm kicking you guys out. I'm gonna make sure you can't get it. All right, I got one more. There we go. So, thank you for joining me today. Hopefully y'all had a good time. I know I did. We made a good amount of progress. We're now at a point where we can actually start coding, and I believe we now have the philosophy down. So, I'm excited to see your progress on Friday. But yeah, the YouTube short should be up now from yesterday's stream, if you guys want to check that out. And I've also made a dodo kibble of the last stream as well, so that should be up on the main channel if you guys want to watch that. Dodo kibble is kind of like a best of, with the exception of the short, what I would use for shorts taken out, as well as the best of for the month. So I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful time, and I will see y'all on Thursday. Take care.